Chapter 403. Conditions? No. The entrance to the netherworld is there. If you want to enter, the hoodoo will definitely not stop you. Pointing at the open gate of hell, the hoodoo said indifferently. Fellow Daoist hoodoo, stop joking. If you don't agree, the poor way and the others will never dare to step into the netherworld. Shaking his head helplessly, the Grand Pure One replied with a bitter smile. Outside the netherworld, the 6 of them joined forces. The hoodoo was definitely no match for them. However, if they entered the netherworld, it would be the complete opposite. They were definitely no match for the hoodoo. Therefore, this netherworld, they could not enter. Then there's nothing I can do. The hoodoo understood that the heavenly Tao entering the netherworld was a general trend. It could not be stopped. Even the tunnel would not stop it. Because the heavenly Tao was the true controller of the primordial world. As a part of the primordial world, the netherworld naturally could not escape the control of the heavenly Tao. This was the inevitable outcome. Even if the hoodoo did not agree now, it would definitely happen in the future. Therefore, her resistance at this moment was actually meaningless. However, the hoodoo was naturally unwilling to let the saint interfere just like that. Therefore, she planned to stop the saint appropriately so that she could gain some benefits from it to make up for her losses. Since she could not stop the general trend, she would think of a way to gain some benefits. This was not too much. It was what she should do. She could not let the hoodoo suffer, right? But she did not expect that the saint would be so domineering. After coming to the netherworld, he directly forced the hoodoo with a tough attitude. It was as if he would suppress her if she did not agree. This. How could the hoodoo tolerate it? No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Therefore, the hoodoo was angry. He didn't care about the plan anymore. He just went head-on with the sage. Now, in the hearts of the 6 saints, they were also filled with regret. The reason why they were so strong was that they did not want to pay an excessive price. They planned to use forceful methods to force the hoodoo to agree. This way, they would save a lot of benefits. But who knew that they were strong, and the hoodoo was even stronger. She looked like she was going to fight to the death. Dao ancestor Hong Jun, who was hiding in the dark, could not help but shake his head when he saw this. It was originally a simple matter that could be solved by paying a price, but because of their greed, it became complicated. Now, even if they wanted to take a step back, hoodoo would not easily agree. Otherwise, if word of this got out, wouldn't people say that hoodoo was afraid of the 6 saints? This was a great humiliation in the untainted land. Anyone who cared about their reputation would not tolerate it. Therefore, if he didn't give hoodoo a way out to save her face, there was no possibility of success. However, even so, Dao ancestor Hong Jun understood the Grand Pure One and the others. If the heavenly Tao wanted to interfere in the netherworld, he could have just given hoodoo some benefits, but he did not. He insisted on having the saints step forward and bear the price for him. This was a pretty good plan. The benefits were his while the losses were the saints'. He had obtained the nether realm without paying anything. However, saints were not to be trifled with. If they really listened to the heavenly Tao, there would not be so much chaos in the primordial world. In addition, the things of the saints did not fall from the sky. They would definitely not be willing to contribute to the heavenly Tao for free. Therefore, this matter was naturally messed up. Sigh. In the end, I still have to do it myself. Dao ancestor Hong Jun sighed helplessly and decided to do it himself. Although he had long guessed that the saints were unreliable, Hong Jun did not expect them to be so unreliable. Just looking at the series of actions of the 6 saints, not only did they not solve the problem, they even made the problem more complicated. Dao ancestor Hong Jun had reason to suspect that the 6 saints did it on purpose. Otherwise, how could they be so stupid? He knew his disciples very well. They were all smart people, and each of them was more scheming than the other. They would never do such a stupid thing. However, none of this was important. What was important was to solve the problem in front of him. Buzz. Dao ancestor Hong Jun took out the creation jade disc and connected it to the heavenly Dao. From the endless future, he looked for a chance to break the situation. Since the heavenly Dao entering the netherworld was the general trend, there was naturally a corresponding condition to promote this process. What Dao ancestor Hong Jun was doing now was to find this condition. In a trance, Dao ancestor Hong Jun saw a figure. It was the person who broke the situation. This person, he was somewhat familiar, it was his grand disciple, the Nine Heavens Immortal Venerables, Xianqing. I see. Dao ancestor Hong Jun understood in his heart. He pointed at the Grand Pure One and gave him a hint. It was better for the saint to appear. That's Xianqing. Why is he here? The Grand Pure One glanced from the corner of his eye and actually saw Xianqing's figure in the netherworld. He could not help but be shocked. When did he run in? It was when Huda turned into reincarnation. In order to freeload off the merit of reincarnation, Xianqing used the White Lotus of Purification to help Huda purify the sea of blood and awaken her. After that, he never left. The sea of blood was swallowed by the netherworld, so he naturally appeared in the netherworld. It was just that he was too weak and was ignored by everyone. Now, the Grand Pure One had obtained the help of Dao ancestor Hong Jun and, accidentally, discovered him. Xianqing, why are you here? The Grand Pure One asked directly with doubts in his heart. Xianqing. He's here too. As soon as the Grand Pure One finished speaking, Xianqing immediately became the focus of attention, attracting everyone's attention. Being stared at by so many great divine abilities, Xianqing felt uncomfortable all over. To be honest, among all the people present, he was the weakest, the lowest, and the lowest in seniority. Those great divine abilities were all big shots of the celestial sect of wonders. According to seniority, they were all his uncle masters. At this moment, Xianqing felt that he was extremely humble. It was too miserable. Reporting to Uncle Master, bracing himself, Xianqing stood up and told him what had happened previously. Haha. Good, that's great. After hearing Xianqing's words, the Grand Pure One suddenly laughed out loud. He had already thought of a solution. Fellow Daoist Hudu, Poor Wei's disciple-nephew is fated with the netherworld. Therefore, Poor Wei and the others planned to help disciple-nephew Xianqing set up a courtyard in the netherworld to teach the great Tao of the celestial sect of wonders. I hope fellow Daoist Hudu can help. As he spoke, the Grand Pure One bowed to the Hudu. He really did not expect that Xianqing would actually contribute when the Huda turned into reincarnation. This was a huge favor. With this as a breakthrough point and a price to pay, it was difficult for the Huda not to agree. Moreover, even if this matter was spread out, the Huda would agree to teach them in the netherworld in order to return the favor. It was not that she was afraid of the 6 saints and was forced to agree. Chapter 404. When he heard this, he couldn't help but hesitate in his heart. Even her attitude was not as firm as before. Originally, according to her plan, no matter what the saint said, she would not agree. However, when it came to Xianqing, this matter was different. The Lady of Earth had not forgotten that it was Xianqing who activated the White Lotus of Purification. Only then could she comprehend the meaning of reincarnation from the destruction of the lotus. It could be said that, she had transformed into reincarnation, she had been enlightened by Xianqing. That was a huge favor. If Xianqing wanted to establish a Tao orthodoxy in the netherworld, the Lady of Earth would not be able to refuse. It was precisely because he thought of this that the Grand Pure One said that. He wanted to use Xianqing's name to preach in the netherworld. In this way, the Lady of Earth could neither agree nor disagree. She could not help but fall into a dilemma. If she agreed, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. If she did not agree, how could she repay the karma she owed Xianqing? Fellow Daoist Lady of Earth, if you agree to this, the Poor Wei and the others will each owe you a favor. Just as the Lady of Earth was in a dilemma, the Grand Pure One continued to speak. It was the Grand Pure One who saw the Lady of Earth's hesitation and thought that there was a chance. He hurriedly promised great benefits and did not hesitate to use a favor as the price to exchange for her consent. The favor of a saint, how precious was that? That was equivalent to 6 wishes. As long as it did not exceed their abilities, regardless of whether it was reasonable or not, they could not refuse. They had to satisfy it. If these 6 favors landed in the Lady of Earth's hands, she could completely rely on them to ask the saint to do 6 things for her unconditionally as long as it was within her abilities. From this, it could be seen that in order to get the Lady of Earth to agree to them preaching in the Netherworld saint, the saint had also put in a lot of effort. Sure. However, I am indebted to Xianqing. He can preach in the Netherworld, but you can't. He knew that at this point, he had no reason to refuse. He might as well stop while he was ahead. Hence, the Lady of Earth nodded in agreement. At the same time, in order to prevent the saint from causing trouble, she added a restriction. Sure. It was not easy to get the Lady of Earth to agree. Facing her request, the Grand Pure One did not disagree. He smiled and nodded. As long as he could plant a nail in the Netherworld and give the heavenly Tao a reason to interfere, everything would be fine. As for whether or not the nails were them, that was not important. Xianqing was speechless when he saw the few of them decide his future with just a few words. Looking at their attitude, they completely treated him, the person involved, as if he didn't exist. WOC. Can't you ask for his opinion? He was standing right next to her. Even if he couldn't make the decision, it wouldn't be difficult to pretend to ask for his opinion, right? That's true. In front of the elders, there was no room for Xianqing to speak. He just needed to listen to the arrangements. Xianqing disciple, after a discussion with your 2 uncle masters and 3 uncle masters, we've decided to let you build an alternative residence in the Netherworld realm so that you can impart the supreme Tao of Xianmen and enlighten everyone. If that's the case, are you willing? In the end, it was Tong Tian who felt sorry for his disciple. He turned his head and asked Xianqing. This disciple is willing. For the celestial sect of wonders, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Without the slightest hesitation, Xianqing said righteously. This was related to the plan of the heavenly axiom, and it had been negotiated by the 6 sages. How could Xianqing refuse? Wasn't that courting death? Did he still want to survive in the primordial world? Moreover, the sage was not asking for Xianqing's opinion. Instead, he was informing him in advance so that he could be prepared and not be flustered. Therefore, Xianqing could not refuse, nor did he dare to refuse. Moreover, preaching in the Netherworld was beneficial to Xianqing. Other than being forced by others, there was nothing wrong with it. Since that was the case, there was no reason for him to refuse. Since he could not refuse, he might as well act more straightforwardly to gain everyone's favor. All right. Only by being so responsible can you live up to the name of the celestial venerables of the celestial sect of wonders. Sure enough, seeing Xianqing's attitude, the 6 sages nodded in satisfaction. Xianqing, take this item and open up a pure land in the Netherworld as the foundation for preaching. He took out a ball of heaven and earth origin. With a wave of his hand, the Grand Pure One sent it into the hands of Xianqing in the Netherworld. Immediately after, the other 5 sages also took out a ball of heaven and earth origin and sent it to Xianqing. Preaching in the Netherworld was the collective mission of the 6 sages. Naturally, it was impossible for the Grand Pure One to do it alone. All of the losses should be shared by everyone. Heaven and earth origin. The true foundation of the primordial world. It was more precious and miraculous than the Xianhuang merit. It could help people become Daoist Jingxian, evolve the world, and also give birth to innate god fiends. It had incredible uses. Even if the sages wanted to condense such a treasure, they would not be able to condense it without 10,000 years. The ball of heaven and earth origin in Xianqing's hands was the result of the sages' accumulation for countless years. Even if they took it out, their hearts would ache. Evolving the world? Xianqing muttered to himself as he merged the 6 balls of heaven and earth origin in front of him into one. The 6 sages gave him the heaven and earth origin so that he could evolve a completely different upper-class world in the netherworld. A world that belonged to the living. That's right, this was the sage's goal. The extreme of death was life. Opening up the world of life in the death realm was in accordance with this principle. There were great opportunities, great luck, and great creation. It had indescribable benefits for preaching in the future. Open. Thinking of the legends of the later generations, Xianqin used his magic power to activate the heaven and earth origin and began to evolve the world. Suddenly, a terrifying power spread. Endless light erupted, and endless laws were born, covering everything. Nothing could be seen. After 100 years, the violent fluctuations finally stopped, and the endless light also faded. A upper-class world with endless vitality surrounded by green light gradually appeared in the netherworld and appeared in front of everyone. The Eastern Green Flower World of Perpetual Joy. It was the name of this world, and it was also the residence of the Eastern Green Flower Emperor. Xianqin used this as the foundation to evolve this world. Rumble. The Eastern Green Flower World of Perpetual Joy was born, and there was a sudden change in the netherworld. Boundless deathly aura was boiling, and it caused huge waves. Vitality was born from the deathly aura and rushed toward the Eastern Green Flower World of Perpetual Joy. Qinghua, in the first place, had the meaning of life. Now, a world full of vitality suddenly appeared in the netherworld. It was very eye-catching in the vast deathly aura. Naturally, it caused the vitality hidden in the deathly aura to resonate and gather toward the Eastern Green Flower World of Perpetual Joy. Rumble. Violent changes occurred in the Eastern Green Flower World of Perpetual Joy. The vitality became more and more intense, and countless strange flowers and plants were born. It released all kinds of strange phenomena. And at the bottom of the Azure Flower World, the newly born spiritual soil also began to mutate after absorbing a large amount of vitality. It released a green treasure light. Countless Tao patterns were born, and the essence of vitality rolled out, shaking the surroundings. Hiss, what rich essence of vitality! It's not an exaggeration to say that this world is the world of life. Outside the netherworld, even the knowledgeable powerful beings were shocked by this tyrannical fluctuation of vitality. They had seen many upper-class worlds. As long as they were willing to spend some time, they could even create an upper-class world that was not inferior to the Azure Flower World. However, it was the first time they had seen a world like the Azure Flower World of Perpetual Joy that was completely composed of vitality, and they could not create it. This was the world of life in the death realm. Just like the yang pole and the yin fish, it was the truth of heaven and earth. It could be encountered but not sought. It was formed by various coincidences, and it was a supreme opportunity. It was too difficult to replicate. Because in the primordial world, there was no longer a netherworld. The heaven realm and the netherworld. They were both unique. Boom, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The vitality that spread out finally attracted the rebound of the death aura. The vast death aura surged and surged towards the Eastern Green Flower World of Perpetual Joy. Although the Eastern Green Flower World of Perpetual Joy was large, compared to the netherworld, it was like a wave in the sea. It could not be compared at all. In an instant, it was drowned by the surging death aura. If it were not for the vitality that still emerged from the netherworld and constantly merged into the Azure Flower World to fight against the death aura, the entire Azure Flower World would have been swallowed by the death aura. But even so, the Azure Flower World was still in danger. How could those strands of vitality compare to the boundless aura of death? It was just a dying struggle. It would not be long before the Azure Flower World became history and completely merged into the death aura. This was the calamity of the world, or rather, the calamity of splitting the sky. It was a calamity that belonged to the world. The birth of every world, while containing great fortune and great opportunities, was often accompanied by great calamities. Not to mention a world like the Azure Flower World, which was completely composed of vitality, must be extremely heaven-defying. The power of the calamity of the world that it triggered was also terrifying and astonishing. The riot of the netherworld's death aura was his calamity. If he passed it, he would survive. If he couldn't pass it, he would be destroyed. This is too strong. Seeing the boundless death aura, Xianqing clicked his tongue in fear. If he had not seen something wrong and had avoided far away the moment the death aura erupted, he would probably have ended up like the azure flower world, struggling in the death aura. Purifying White Lotus, go. Although he was afraid, the eastern green flower world of perpetual joy was related to the scheme of the heavenly Tao and his future path. He could not give up. He had to think of a way to help it survive the calamity of the world. Therefore, after some thought, Xianqing took out the 12th grade Purifying White Lotus. This was the strongest magic treasure on him, and at the same time, it was his strongest method. If it was useless, he really had no other way. However, Xianqing knew very well that he would not fail. The so-called calamity of the world was just a formality. It was scary but not dangerous. The eastern green flower world of perpetual joy was born according to the will of the heavenly Tao. It was his method to interfere with the netherworld. If this world was destroyed, all the previous efforts of the heavenly Tao would be in vain. If that was the case, how could the heavenly Tao allow it? The birth of this world was inevitable. Xianqing obeyed the orders of the heavens. How could he fail? Chapter 405. After the white lotus of purification left Xianqing, it expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it became 10,000 feet in size. Its entire body emitted a white glow as it spun. It broke through layers of deathly aura and landed in the world of everlasting joy of the East, taking root in its origin. Boom! The origin of the greater world was extremely powerful. Even the weakest one was stronger than Daoist Jingxian. Not to mention, for a top-tier greater world like the world of everlasting joy of the East, its origin was definitely not weaker than the great Abhijna. Hence, under the influence of the world's origin, the power of the grade 12 white lotus of purification was completely unleashed. The light of purification swept out like flowing water, enveloping everything. As a result, the surrounding space was illuminated into a vast expanse of whiteness. Sizzle, with the protection of the white lotus of purification, the world of everlasting joy of the East stabilized instantly. The deathly aura came into contact with it again. Before it could get close, it was purified by the light of purification that enveloped it. The white lotus of purification could purify all the filthy aura in the world. The deathly aura was also a type of filthy aura. It could not escape its purification. After the deathly aura was purified, it turned into the purest origin aura and integrated into the growing world of everlasting joy of the East to accelerate its evolution. This was also one of the abilities of the white lotus of purification. Otherwise, why would it be called one of the 10 great primordial spiritual treasures of the primordial world? Very good. As expected of the celestial sect of wonders. In the dark, Elder Hongjun saw this scene and nodded his head in satisfaction. This grand disciple was much more reliable than the sages. It was all thanks to him that they were able to complete the task entrusted by the heavenly axiom. If not for him, it would be troublesome this time. Reward. Great reward. Thinking of Xianqing's contributions, Elder Hongjun made a decision in his heart. He was going to record his contributions and reward him well. As the leader of the celestial sect of wonders, he naturally had to treat those who contributed well so that the disciples of the celestial sect of wonders would not be disappointed. Let the poor way see what is fated with you. Elder Hongjuan's heart skipped a beat. Endless heavenly secrets appeared and surged in his sea of consciousness. Everything related to Xianqing appeared. The best was not the most suitable. But the most suitable was definitely the best. As the number one god of the primordial world, Hongjun naturally understood that. Therefore, he wanted to know everything about Xianqing so that he could choose the most suitable treasure for Xianqing. Luckily, Pengge covered up all the secrets of heaven on Feng Zichen, including his connection with Xianqing. Dao ancestor Hongjun was the strongest, but he couldn't compare to Pengge, so he couldn't see through him. This allowed Feng Zichen to escape a calamity. Green Lotus of Creation? This kid is so lucky. In just an instant, Ancestor Hong Jun learned everything that Xianqing had experienced and understood what he needed the most now. The four-sided lotus platform. The innate 5 elements flag. With these 9 top-notch connate merit numinous treasures, he managed to nurture the 36-grade green lotus of creation. However, it was a pity that he would never be able to gather all 9 innate merit spiritual treasures. Heavenly Tao. He would not let the rank 36 creation green lotus appear in the great desolate Aeon. However, a connate treasure level green lotus of creation can exist. It won't touch the bottom line of the heavenly Tao. This kid's idea is very good. Xianqing wanted to collect the origins of the 9 connate spirit treasures and use them to grow the green lotus of creation. Naturally, he couldn't hide it from Hong Jun. Regarding this, he expressed his agreement. If it was done properly, it might be possible to cultivate a connate treasure level green lotus of creation. However, this method was too difficult. Forget it. After all, he is the grand disciple of Poor Wei, and he has contributed to the celestial sect of wonders. Poor Wei will help him. As for whether it succeeds or not, it all depends on his own luck. He remembered that he didn't give him any gifts when he entered the sect of Xianqing. In addition, he had made a great contribution to the celestial sect of wonders today. Dao Ancestor Hong Jun made a decision in his heart. He planned to combine the 2 rewards and give Xianqing a great creation. I'll give you this western white cloud-bound flag. It's not in vain for you to call Poor Wei Grandmaster. Dao Ancestor Hong Jun waved his hand and took out a white flag. There were cloud patterns embroidered on it, and it was surrounded by connate Ginjin Qi. It was the western white cloud-bound flag of the connate 5-element flags. It was a supreme-grade connate merit spirit treasure, one of the 10 great connate spirit treasures of the primordial world. This treasure should have been given to the Jade Pool Golden Mother by Dao Ancestor Hong Jun after the witch demon calamity. It should have turned into the immortal gathering flag and was one of the treasures of the heavenly courts. However, from what he meant just now, he clearly wanted to give this item to Xianqing to help him cultivate the green lotus of creation. History had really changed. Go. With a casual toss, Dao Ancestor Hong Jun threw the western white cloud-bound flag out. It turned into a stream of light and broke through layers of void, flying to Xianqing. What is it? Xianqing, who was paying attention to the changes in the eastern Qinghua world of Chang'e, suddenly saw a stream of light flash in front of him. He subconsciously reached out to grab it. This is the western white cloud-bound flag. The stream of light immediately turned into a small white flag. Xianqing glanced at it and felt that it was very familiar. After thinking carefully for a while, he could not help but exclaim. He had already come into contact with 3 of the connate 5-element flags. Naturally, he was no stranger to their aura. How could he not recognize the origin of the small flag in his hand? It was the western white cloud-bound flag that he had no hope for. This treasure was in the hands of Dao Ancestor Hong Jun. Xianqing could not come into contact with it at all, let alone extract a wisp of connate origin. However, what was unexpected was that Xianqing had already given up hope. This treasure actually appeared in his hands on its own initiative. What a pleasant surprise. Grand Disciple Xianqing thanks the Ancestral Master. After putting away the western white cloud-bound flag, Xianqing hurriedly bowed to the void. It was obvious that this treasure must have been given to him by Dao Ancestor Hong Jun. It should be a reward for his actions this time. There's no need to thank me. You deserve it. Before Xianqing could bow, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Even so, Xianqing still insisted on bowing. Seeing this, Dao Ancestor Hong Jun did not stop him. After waiting for a while, Xianqing relaxed when he did not hear any sound. I've really earned a lot today. Touching the treasure flag in his hand, Xianqing still could not hide the excitement in his heart. The green lotus of creation was about to be formed. It's just that this item is the supreme treasure of the heavenly court. If I take it, will I be tainted with karma? In the end, thinking of the significance of this treasure in the future, Xianqing could not help but be a little worried. The immortal gathering flag. As the name implied, he knew the function of this treasure. There was definitely a great karma. But immediately, he seemed to have thought of something and put it behind his mind. This treasure was given to him by Dao ancestor Hong Jun. Even if there was any karma, it should be counted on him. What did it have to do with him? Moreover, as the Dao ancestor of the celestial sect of wonders, the #1 expert in the world, the most ancient living being of the primordial world, he would not cheat a junior and give him a problematic spirit treasure, right? Chapter 406. Hong Jun was now a Tao ancestor. He was no longer the top great medium of the primitive world. His status was obviously different. He wouldn't do the same thing as before, right? No. Absolutely not. After cheering himself up, Xian Qing turned his attention back to the eastern Wuxia Xianxia world. At this point, he could only believe in the character of Tao ancestor Hong Jun. After all, if the Tao ancestor really wanted to cheat him, he had no other choice but to accept it silently. The gap in strength was too big. With the protection of the pure white lotus, the eastern Wuxia Xianxia world gradually gained a foothold in the netherworld. Not only did the death aura not do anything to him, but it also became the nourishment for his evolution. Very good. However, it's not enough. Nodding his head, Xian Qing was very satisfied with the performance of the pure white lotus. But he was not satisfied with the evolution of the Wuxia Xianxia world. Unlike the 18 levels of hell, this was a greater thousand world that he opened up on his own. Therefore, it was not supported by the will of the netherworld. There were all kinds of difficulties in opening it up. It was not as fast as the 18 levels of hell. Even with the help of the origin of heaven and earth, it was still the same. Go. With a thought, Xian Qing took out the white cloud boundary flag and waved it at the boundless death aura. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bright white light bloomed, and the Kanate Gingjin Qi surged out. One after another, it crushed the death aura that was rushing toward the Wuxia Xianxia world. After the death aura was crushed, it was directly absorbed and purified by the pure white lotus. It saved the time of entanglement, and the speed of the Wuxia Xianxia world's development was greatly accelerated. It's useful. Seeing this, Xian Qing's eyes lit up. He simply threw the white cloud boundary flag into the Wuxia Xianxia world and let him and the pure white lotus work together. Boom boom boom, the 12th grade pure white lotus and the white cloud boundary flag met, and the two seemed to have reached a resonance. The power suddenly increased, and a dazzling light burst out. The terrifying power spread and covered everything. Under this power, the arrogant death aura completely became the nourishment for the growth of the Wuxia Xianxia world, and it could no longer cause any harm. At this time, with the right time, place, and people, it is the best time for the green lotus of creation to appear. If I miss this opportunity, who knows when I'll have to wait for the next one. Taking out the green lotus of good fortune, Xian Qing had a strong premonition that it was time for the green lotus of good fortune to appear. They had arrived. Among the 4 innate great lotus platforms, Xian Qing only lacked the innate origin of the grade 12 red lotus of hellfire. Among the innate 5 element flags, the only thing he lacked was the innate origin of the northern Shenyuan water control flag. These 2 treasures were in the hands of Daoist Mingi. And Daoist Styx was in the nether realm, not far from him. At this moment, if Xian Qing were to ask Daoist Mingi for Air Bao's congenital origin in the name of developing the Wuxia Xianxia world, he would definitely not refuse. Because he was Daoist Styx River. He had once heard of it in the Purple Cloud Palace. No matter what he thought, he was still a disciple of the celestial sect of wonders in the untainted land. This was the birth of the Qinghua everlasting joy realm, and it was related to the celestial sect's plan. There was no way that Daoist Mingi could refuse. Previously, when the 6 saints and the Lady of Earth were fighting, it was understandable that he did not help. Now, this was something that he could do in passing. If he were to refuse, it would be equivalent to cutting himself off from the celestial sect of wonders. The 6 saints would definitely have a grudge against him. In this way, as long as Daoist Mingi was not stupid, he would know how to choose. The witch race was different from the demon race. They really had nothing to do with the celestial sect of wonders. Among the 12 ancestral witches, other than ancestral witch Hoodoo who had been there once, the rest had never been there. Uncle Master Mingi, Xian Qing would like to ask for 2 treasures from you to help the Qinghua Changle world evolve. I hope you can fulfill my request. Holding the green lotus of good fortune in his hand, Xian Qing bowed to Daoist Mingi and said. If he wanted to ask for help, he had to have the attitude of asking for help. Xian Qing was well aware of this. Sigh. Take it. Seeing the green lotus of good fortune, Daoist Mingi felt that the secrets of heaven were clear. Without Xian Qing saying anything, he knew what Xian Qing wanted. After struggling for a while, Daoist Mingi took out a lotus seed of the red lotus of fire and threw it to Xian Qing together with the congenital origin of the Northern Mystic Water Control flag. He was not afraid of offending 1 or 2 saints. But offending 6 at the same time, even the East Emperor Tai had to think twice. He, Mingi, naturally did not dare to. Therefore, he could not refuse Xian Qing's request. They're finally here. After receiving the red lotus of fire and the congenital origin, Xian Qing's face could not help but reveal an ecstatic expression. He had gathered one of the congenital origins of the 9 treasures of good fortune. The green lotus of good fortune could finally be born. This was all thanks to Pangu. If Pangu had not made a move and prevented the heavenly Tao from interfering with the netherworld, it would not have borrowed Xian Qing's hand to evolve the Qinghua Changle world. And the birth of the green lotus of good fortune could speed up the birth of the Qinghua Changle world. In this way, even if the heavenly Tao did not like the green lotus of good fortune, in order to control the netherworld, it had to be born and would not send down the heavenly punishment. This was called the right time. The eastern Qinghua Changle world was a boundless world composed of boundless vitality. It gathered most of the vitality of the netherworld. It could be said to be the holy land of spiritual root living beings. It was most suitable for the growth of the green lotus of good fortune. This was called the right place. The Tao ancestor came in person, the 6 saints came together, and the great magicians of the celestial sect gathered. This was called the harmony of people. All these things added together made it the best time for the green lotus of good fortune to be born. If he missed this time, it would be difficult for him to encounter a second time in his life. Thank you, Uncle Master Mingi. I will definitely repay you generously in the future for helping me. After calming down from the ecstasy, Xian Qing thanked Daoist Mingi. Just based on Daoist Mingi's actions today, if Xian Qing had great achievements in the future and the Buddhist sect schemed against Daoist Mingi, he would definitely help to repay today's kindness. You're welcome. It's all for the celestial sect of wonders. Daoist Mingi waved his hand and replied expressionlessly. This was really for the celestial sect of wonders. If it wasn't for the celestial sect of wonders, he wouldn't have given the red lotus seed and the congenital origin to others. As for the generous repayment that Xian Qing mentioned, Daoist Mingi didn't care at all. If it was his master, the Grand Master of Heaven, who said it, it would be fine. He was just a junior. What ability could he have? Hee. Xian Qing smiled and didn't say anything. He had roughly guessed what Daoist Mingi meant. But so what? Everything would be revealed in the future. Go. Xian Qing formed a Tao seal and sent the green lotus of good fortune and the origin of the 9 treasures of good fortune that he had collected earlier into the eastern Qinghua Changle world so that they could fuse there. Buzz buzz buzz. Sensing the aura of the same origin on the green lotus of good fortune, the white lotus of purification and the white cloud-bound flag trembled inexplicably and released wisps of origin that gathered towards him. Chapter 407. In the depths of the eastern world of everlasting joy, a 9-colored brilliance bloomed. The creation chi surged and the laws of great Tao filled the air. It was abnormally mystical. That was the phenomenon caused by the growth of the creation green lotus. An extraordinary object would definitely have an extraordinary appearance. Needless to say, the creation green lotus was extraordinary. Even though it was only a connate numinous treasure, it still had boundless power. Even heaven and earth had to celebrate its rebirth. The nine-colored light was formed by the origins of the four connate lotus platforms and the connate five elements flag. It enveloped the creation green lotus and deduced the origin of creation. It explained the true meaning of the great Tao and helped it take root. Before long, the connate origins of the creation nine treasures were completely absorbed by the creation green lotus. As for the creation green lotus, it also grew into a lotus flower. A green lotus flower. That was the creation green lotus. The three treasures. No, one of the four chaos cardinal treasures, the creation green lotus. It was the cardinal treasure in Pangu's hands and also the strongest spirit root in the world. It was even stronger than the world tree. However, the grade 36 creation green lotus was completely destroyed. Even if it could be reproduced, it was not something that Xianqing could do now. Therefore, the creation green lotus that was born from the creation green lotus was only grade 12. It was a supreme grade connate numinous treasure and not even a connate cardinal treasure. It was of the same level as the other four lotus platforms and was not much stronger. A supreme grade connate numinous treasure? In that case, it's not beyond my expectations. Looking at the grade 12 creation green lotus in front of him, Xianqing had already guessed it. However, he could not help but be disappointed when he saw it for himself. The creation nine treasures that Xianqing obtained was not the main body after all. It was a connate origin and its power was limited. It was already very good that it could nurture a grade 12 creation green lotus. However, humans were often dissatisfied. They always hoped for the best and not the best. When the results deviated from the expectations in one's heart, disappointment was inevitable. However, in the blink of an eye, Xianqing adjusted his mentality and destroyed the disappointment in his heart. The grade 12 creation green lotus was already very good. In the primordial world, there were only a few that could be compared to it. It was second only to connate cardinal treasures. Moreover, it didn't matter if it wasn't a connate cardinal treasure. He still had the 12th grade pure white lotus and the western white cloud-bound flag. As long as it swallowed the two supreme grade connate spirit treasures and combined the power of the three supreme grade connate spirit treasures, the 12th grade green lotus of creation would naturally be upgraded to a connate cardinal treasure. If that was the case, why should he be disappointed? The creation green lotus was destined to become a connate cardinal treasure and all the conditions were met. The only thing he lacked was the right timing. Once the time was right, he would succeed. Unfortunately, this was not the time to upgrade the green lotus of creation. The heavenly Tao could tolerate the existence of a supreme grade connate numinous treasure green lotus of creation, but it might not be able to tolerate the existence of a connate cardinal treasure green lotus of creation. Referring to the predecessor of the green lotus of creation, it was split by the three pure ones. Therefore, Xianqing decided not to advance under the eyes of the heavenly Tao to avoid unnecessary trouble. One day, he would find an opportunity to head to the great chaos outer realm. Only then would it be safe to advance there. After all, the outer realm was the true home of the green lotus of creation. Only there could he receive the best treatment. If he stayed in the primordial world, he would only be endlessly feared by the heavenly Tao. He would be in danger of being destroyed at any time. Moreover, referring to the chaos bead, he had completed his advancement in the great chaos outer realm and become a chaos numinous treasure, not a connate cardinal treasure. The green lotus of creation, which was in the same situation as him, should be able to receive the same treatment. Compared to a connate cardinal treasure, a chaos numinous treasure was still stronger. It was not strength in terms of power, but strength in essence. The evolution of the great Tao was the process of going from simple to complicated. As time passed, the great Tao would become more and more complicated and produce endless mysteries. But at the same time, it would also become more and more difficult to comprehend. Therefore, the closer it was to the initial era, the simpler the great Tao rules were. The closer it was to the essence of the great Tao, the easier it was to comprehend. A chaos numinous treasure appeared before a connate cardinal treasure. It was definitely older than a connate cardinal treasure and closer to the essence of the great Tao. Xianxia expressed that he did not know who was stronger between the two and did not dare to make a judgment. However, he knew one thing. Under the same talent, a person with a chaos numinous treasure would definitely cultivate faster than a person with a connate cardinal treasure. One was close to the essence of the great Tao, while the other was on the surface of the great Tao. The difference was extremely obvious. The older, the more powerful. It was not a joke. At the end of the realm, all divine abilities, magic treasures, and magic powers were useless. What was competing was one's control of the great Tao. At this time, the advantage of ancient living beings was reflected. They were closer to the essence of the great Tao than the living beings born later. Naturally, their cultivation was faster. This was the reason why connate god fiends were far less powerful than chaos fiend gods. Born a generation later, he missed out on too much. The later they were born, the more difficult it was to cultivate. The Tao at the beginning was 1, it was naturally easy to comprehend. After that, Tao was 2, 3, and all things. The difficulty of cultivation could be imagined. The birth of the green lotus of creation was celebrated by heaven and earth, and all kinds of phenomena were born. Above the 9 heavens, there was auspicious aura descending. Under the ground, golden light surged out. Together, it surged towards the green lotus of creation. This was the blessing of heaven and earth to the green lotus of creation. The green lotus of creation had contributed greatly to the birth of the primordial world. Now that it had been reborn, boundless benefits would naturally descend. In a place where no one could notice, the heaven-opening luck that dissipated between heaven and earth slowly waved towards the green lotus of creation and blessed it. Such a change could be hidden from others, but it could not be hidden from Xianxia. Seeing this, he was naturally overjoyed. The more heaven-opening luck, the greater the hope of attaining the Tao. How could he not be happy? However, while he was happy, he could not help but feel worried. There was a limit to the heaven-opening luck. How much luck could there be that dissipated between heaven and earth back then? Most of the heaven-opening luck was still left on some heaven-opening artifacts. In addition to absorbing the heaven-opening luck that dissipated between heaven and earth, the green lotus of creation could also absorb the heaven-opening luck of others. For example, the connate 4 great lotus platforms, the connate 5 element flags. These connate spirit treasures formed from the fragments of the green lotus of creation. The heaven-opening luck originally belonged to the green lotus of creation. It was only after it shattered that it was scattered on these connate spirit treasures. But now, the green lotus of creation was reborn, so the heaven-opening luck naturally had to be taken back. It was just that its level was too low now, and the heaven-opening luck it could absorb was limited. That was why it did not attract the attention of others. However, once the green lotus of creation advanced, it could accommodate more heaven-opening luck. The owners of those treasures of creation were not fools. Naturally, they would find the reason why the luck of the treasures of creation disappeared for no reason. With their intelligence, they would definitely not be able to hide it. Sooner or later, they would find the green lotus of creation. Chapter 408. When that time comes, Xianxia was in big trouble. Thinking about the owners of the 9 treasures of destiny, one would know how terrifying this force was. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it could overturn the primordial world. Therefore, if the creation green lotus wanted to advance into a chaos spiritual treasure, it had to be planned at length. Rumble. Not to mention how complicated Xianxia's heart was. After the birth of the green lotus of creation, the heavenly Tao rhyme came one after another and integrated into his body. At the same time, the world of everlasting joy of the eastern Qinghua also gained some benefits from this and completely evolved. The world was completely enveloped by green light, and it was dazzling and resplendent. Moreover, it was suffused with boundless vitality and emanated the aura of creation. This green light was the light of creation. The birth of the green lotus of creation had given the green lotus of creation many benefits. The transformation of endless life force into the light of creation was one of them. Following the birth of the Viridian Everlasting Joy realm, the Nether realm underwent another change. The entire realm was filled with an aura of perfection, and the laws of heaven and earth were abnormally active. He was even more perfect. Is it done? This unforeseen event awakened Xianqing from his absent-mindedness. He looked at the green splendor world of perpetual joy once again. Who could truly control the future? It was better to grasp the present as best as possible. There was no point in thinking too much about the matter of the good fortune azure lotus. It was better to think about it when Shao Chen became stronger in the future. Go. Putting aside his worries, Xianqing took a step forward and arrived at the Qinghua Everlasting Joy realm. Qing. His eyes were full of bruises. It was a boundless green. As expected of the green splendor everlasting music world, this world was green in color. Xianqing looked around and all he could see was green without any other colors. The mountains were green, the water was green, the earth was green, and even the sun was green. It was extremely miraculous. They were all formed from the aura of creation. Every blade of grass and every tree in this world had the power of creation. If placed in the outside world, they could revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones. It could be said to be extremely precious. However, in the Qinghua Everlasting Joy realm, it had become an ordinary item. This showed how extraordinary this realm was. 10 directions pure land. Seeing this, Xianqing thought of another name for the Qinghua Everlasting Music realm in the future. The 10 directions pure land, rebirth as one wishes. This was the holy land of the mortal world after death. By coming here, one would be able to transcend. The Tai Heavenly Lord of Salvation from Misery was also known as Heavenly Lord of 10 Directions. This was where the name of the 10 Directions Pure Land came from. However, although this place was called the Pure Land, it had nothing to do with Buddhism at all. It was a proper Taoist holy land. The Buddhist Pure Land of Bliss was located in the Western Pure Land of Bliss, not in the Netherworld. Although the purpose of the two was similar, they were indeed two different places. As for who brought it up first, Xianqing had no idea. It was unknown whether Taoism copied Buddhism or Buddhism copied Taoism. Anyway, in the future, it was already very serious for two companies to plagiarize each other. Arriving at the center of the realm, Xianqing saw the 9-colored light enveloping the green lotus of good fortune. He smiled and walked up. Heavenly Tao above. Today's Xian sect's disciple, Xianqing, has established a world in the Netherworld, the Eastern Qinghua world of everlasting joy. I want to use this place to guide the souls of the dead to the afterlife, so that those ghosts who have no one to rely on will not suffer from hunger and cold. For those who have accumulated merit, done good deeds, understood the Tao, and achieved great merit. The Poor Way wants to personally guide them, ride the lotus platform of purification, scatter the auspicious light of 100 treasures, and help them ascend to immortality, attain the Tao, and transcend life and death. As soon as he finished speaking, merit descended. Bright golden light descended from the sky and completely enveloped Xianqing. It was as if he was wearing a layer of golden clothes. It was abnormally gorgeous. There wasn't much merit, not even 1,000th of the reincarnation merit. But the meaning it represented was extremely extraordinary. That heavenly Tao above opened the curtain of everything, marking the official entry of the heavenly Tao into the Netherworld. Otherwise, why would the heavenly Tao bear witness to the world that belonged to the underworld? Not bad. Xianqing is indeed blessed. In the outside world, the saints saw Xianqing's performance and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This time, their mission was considered completed. They didn't have to worry about the punishment of the heavenly Tao anymore. It was just that they owed Hutu a favor, which was more troublesome. As for the rest, they were all within their acceptable range. However, the 6 saints were already very satisfied with this. The price they had to pay this time was much less than expected. Rumble. One could see that the power of the heavenly Tao entered the Netherworld along with the power of merit and then spread to the entire world, fusing with the rules of heaven and earth. From then on, the heavenly Tao had taken root in the Netherworld. Although it couldn't completely control the netherworld, it could still interfere a little. Moreover, everything that happened in this world could be investigated by it. The only thing that wasn't affected by the heavenly Tao was the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. 6 fellow Daoists. In this case, are you satisfied? After everything was settled, Hudu looked at the 6 of them and said coldly. Fellow Daoist Hudu, please calm down. Poor Wei and the others promise that if there's nothing important in the future, they won't step into the netherworld. Since their goal had been achieved, the 6 saints' attitude towards Huda softened as they said with a smile. In any case, it didn't mean much to them whether they came to the netherworld or not. The 6 saints wouldn't lose anything by saying some soft words to Huda to calm her anger. Humph. In that case, then please go back, fellow Daoists. With a cold snort, Huda sent them off. It was really infuriating to see them. Since everything was over, it was better to send them away as soon as possible so that they wouldn't be an eyesore here. Fellow Daoist Hudu, poor Wei, and the others will take their leave first. After cupping their fists, the figures of the 6 saints gradually disappeared and left this place. In fact, there was no need for Hudu to speak. They were about to leave. Did they really think that the saints wanted to come here? Here, they sensed the long-lost danger. Although it sounded unbelievable, it really happened. Therefore, if it weren't for the heavenly Tao forcing them, they would never have approached this place. This place made them uneasy, causing them to lose the ability to control everything. Fellow Daoist Hudu, after disturbing you for so long, poor Wei and the others should leave. After the 6 saints left, the great beings also bid farewell to Hudu. This dispute, after a long time, was started by the Celestial Sect of Wonders. After understanding all of this, these disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders didn't have the face to continue staying here. They only wanted to leave as soon as possible. Sigh. This matter has nothing to do with you, fellow Daoists. After sighing, Huda said with understanding. She knew that although these people were disciples of the Celestial Sect of Wonders in name, that was all they could do. They couldn't be the master of any Celestial Sect of Wonders. In the end, they have no face. Fellow Daoist Hudu, we'll go now. We'll meet again if fate allows. With a helpless smile, everyone left one after another. After this departure, I'm afraid that we won't meet again for many years. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving, not only Hudu, but even Dijun, Tai, the 6 saints, and the great beings who had been famous for a long time in the primordial world were a little absent-minded. Chapter 409. These people were all people who lived in seclusion. If nothing unexpected happened, after returning this time, they would no longer be seen in the primordial world. They would not step into the mortal world and pursue the Tao wholeheartedly. Fellow Daoists, have a safe journey. Everyone was speechless. They sent out their most sincere blessings in their hearts and watched them leave. As for Xianqing, no one paid attention to him. Poor him, he was completely forgotten. He stayed in the eastern Qinghua realm alone. Fellow Daoist, are you free now? I have something to discuss with you. After everyone left, Feng Zichen walked to Huda's side and said softly. What's the matter? Huda looked at him in surprise and asked. It's not convenient here. Let's talk elsewhere. Looking at the sky, Feng Zichen hinted. The sky? Frowning, Huda looked at the sky and instantly reacted. Feng Zichen was hinting at the heavenly Tao. Then this matter was definitely not ordinary. It was an important matter. If not, why would he hide it from the heavenly Tao? All right then. Let's go to the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and talk. After thinking for a while, Huda pointed at the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and said. The only thing she could think of that could hide from the heavenly Tao's perception, other than Panga's Hall, was the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Okay. Nodding, Feng Zichen expressed that he understood. Brother, I have something to discuss with fellow Daoist Fengdu. Please go to the netherworld and wait for a while. We will be back soon. Turning around, Huda said to the group of ancestral magi apologetically. It's fine. Sister, go ahead. We haven't had the time to take a good look at the birth of the netherworld. We can take this opportunity to walk around the netherworld. See what's the difference between it and the heaven realm? Shaking his head, Jianghu replied indifferently. What he said made sense. The netherworld was the world that Pangu had prepared for the magi. It was also one of the escape routes for the magi. Of course, he had to understand it well. Yes. Brother, I'll go first. Seeing that he was right, Huda didn't say anything more and walked directly to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Greetings, fellow Daoist Jianghu. After greeting Jianghu, Fengdu quickly followed Hudu. Who is he? Why does he give me a familiar feeling? Could it be that I know him? Looking at Fengdu's back, Jianghu frowned. He felt that he should know Fengdu, but he couldn't remember who Fengdu was. It had to be said that Jianghu's spiritual sense was really strong. However, Feng Zichen's incarnation had undergone the baptism of reincarnation. As long as he did not take the initiative to expose himself, it would be difficult for outsiders to discover his true origin. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. When Huda comes back, we'll ask her directly. After thinking for a long time, Jianghu still couldn't figure it out. He simply stopped thinking about it and planned to ask Huda directly later. After that, he brought the other ancestral magi and strolled around the netherworld. On the other side, Fengdu walked silently behind the Lady of Earth, constantly organizing his words in his heart, intending to persuade her to set up the Yin court. Now that everyone had left, it was time to bring up the matter of establishing the Yin court. Fengdu and the Lady of Earth discussed the matter of the Yin court for the time being. On the other hand, Feng Zichen had been in a state of excitement ever since he obtained the origin of the tunnel. When everything in the netherworld was over, he directly left Fengdu's incarnation to guard this place. He couldn't wait to leave this place and return to the ancestral land of the human race. He wanted to refine the origin of the tunnel. That was the great Taoist priests. Daoist Jingxian was invincible. The great Taoist priests who would become primordial Daoist Jingxian. In the primordial world. Who could resist his temptation? Feng Zichen didn't know about others, but he definitely couldn't. Especially since he was only a line away from the great Taoist priests. It could be said that he was within reach. That was even more impossible to endure. After refining the origin of the tunnel in his hand, he would be the great Taoist priests. Thinking about it was really exciting. Fengdu has already bloomed the flower of the tunnel. As the original body, I can't fall behind. After teasing himself, Feng Zichen took out the origin of the tunnel and directly refined it. This origin of the tunnel was not prepared for him. Instead, it was forcefully taken by the Lady of Earth. It was not compatible with his aura. Naturally, the refinement was not as smooth as the previous two. It even caused a strong resistance from the origin of the tunnel. Boom boom boom, the true will of all things surged out from the origin of the tunnel and transformed into various forms. It contended with Feng Zichen's mana and prevented him from refining it. That wasn't all. The origin of the tunnel rumbled and resonated with the mountains, rivers, and earth. It stirred up the power of the earth and headed toward Feng Zichen. For a moment, Feng Zichen felt that his body was incomparably heavy. It was as if he was carrying an ancient divine mountain on his back. It was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. Even with Feng Zichen's cultivation, he was still pressed down. It could be seen how heavy it was. Humph. A mere origin of the tunnel actually wants to defy the heavens and escape my suppression. What a joke. Great Tao furnace, refine for me. Feng Zichen couldn't help but be furious that he couldn't refine the origin of the tunnel. He directly summoned the Great Tao furnace and stored it inside, using the power of the Great Tao to refine it. Compared to the power of the Great Tao, the origin of the tunnel was much weaker. Therefore, even if the power of the Great Tao possessed by the Great Tao furnace only had a trace of the true power of the Great Tao, it was definitely not something that the origin of the tunnel could contend against. In the Great Tao furnace, the arrogant origin of the tunnel was completely suppressed by the power of the great Tao. Traces of the origin were refined and merged into Feng Zichen's body. However, as he watched, Feng Zichen discovered a drawback of the great Tao furnace. That was, there was no corresponding Tao fire. If there was a furnace, there naturally had to be a fire. Even the Grand Pure One had to use the Khanate 8 trigrams furnace to refine pills with the purple Tusada fire. Of course, the great Tao furnace also needed a matching Tao fire. In the past, when the great Tao furnace was still the heaven and earth furnace, Feng Zichen used the fire of all creations. This was a variant of the star fire. Because the star fire was too eye-catching, Feng Zichen didn't dare to use it. He was afraid that it would attract the attention of the demons, so he changed it into the fire of all creations. Of course, the power of this fire was very powerful. It was not inferior to the 10 great primordial true fires. It was more than enough when paired with the heaven and earth furnace. However, the heaven and earth furnace had been upgraded and became the great Tao furnace. As a result, the fire of all creations was not compatible and could not fully unleash the full power of the great Tao furnace. This also led to the fact that although the great Tao furnace could suppress the origin of the tunnel, its refining speed was a little slow. Sigh. I was negligent. It wasn't too late to discover it now, but he couldn't make it in time to refine the origin of the tunnel. It took time to deduce a Khanate true fire. Especially the Khanate true fire that was suitable for the great Tao furnace, it was even more difficult to deduce. The great Tao was born in the chaos, so the most suitable great Tao furnace was naturally the legendary chaos true fire. The flame that was born in the chaos was one of the most ancient flames. It could be said to be the source of fire, and its power was beyond imagination. Chapter 410. This kind of flame was so powerful that it could be called the most powerful flame in the primordial world. It was even stronger than the 10 great primordial true fires. It was naturally difficult to deduce and had all kinds of restrictions. To be honest, with Feng Zichen's current cultivation, the possibility of refining this flame was extremely small. If not for the chaos bead, a supreme treasure related to the origin of chaos, he would never dare to deduce the flame of chaos. Because of this, fire was not something from the primordial world, but something from the chaos. It was almost impossible for it to appear in the world. It was only because Feng Zichen had the chaos bead that he dared to have such a bold idea. Go. With a thought, Feng Zichen took out the chaos bead and took out a wisp of the origin of chaos. He activated the power of the Tao of fire and ignited it. Immediately, the origin of chaos turned into a ball of gray flames and burned towards the great Tao furnace. This was the flame of chaos. It looked ordinary, but it had great power. Wherever it passed, the void was destroyed, and the laws were shattered, turning back into the state of chaos. One could see its power. At this time, although Feng Zichen had not cultivated the flame of chaos, a supreme divine power, he could still use it with the help of the chaos bead. Igniting the origin of chaos with the Tao of fire, even if it was not the flame of chaos, it was not far away. Rumble. The flame of chaos fell into the great Tao furnace, and the speed of refining the origin of the Tao immediately accelerated. The Khanate Qi in Feng Zichen's body kept jumping, as if a flower was about to bloom. However, at this moment, Feng Zichen's attention was not on the origin of the Tao at all. Instead, it was focused on the flame of chaos. Countless runes flowed in his eyes, evolving into all kinds of miraculous things. They turned into 2 beams of divine light and entered the flame of chaos to pry into its Tao and truth. Obviously, he planned to take this opportunity to comprehend a trace of the great Tao from this ball of flame of chaos and lay the foundation for creating the supreme flame of chaos in the future. The more powerful the divine ability, the more difficult it was to create, and the higher the realm required. Although Feng Zichen's cultivation was not high, he could accumulate his foundation in advance. When his cultivation reached a certain level, he could evolve the divine ability in one fell swoop. This was to plan for the future. Just like that, time slowly passed. Pooh! One day, Feng Zichen suddenly felt a throbbing, and hurriedly woke up from his Tao comprehension. Looking up, he saw that the Daoist flower had bloomed. 3 flowers at one's prominence and 5 cheese collecting. This was the symbol of Wuxia Xianxia's perfection. At this moment, Feng Zichen had finally stepped into the realm of Wuxia Xianxia. Furthermore, his 3 flowers, they were different from the other 3 flowers. It was a true flower of Tao. Each flower bloomed with 12 grades, and they were all a noble purple color. They contained the power of heaven, earth, and man. Buzz buzz buzz, the moment the 3 flowers were formed, a certain condition seemed to have been met, and they resonated. From the unseen and untraceable place, a supreme force was directed into Feng Zichen's body. Yes. In an instant, Feng Zichen felt that he was different. It was as if he had undergone a huge change, but he could not tell exactly what the change was. Puzzled, he raised his head to take a look. Phew, what is that? When he raised his head, Feng Zichen was shocked. He saw that above the 9 heavens, a purple gold Tao wheel had suddenly appeared and was slowly rotating. So round. So perfect. Looking at the purple gold Tao wheel, Feng Zichen seemed to be shocked and could not help but praise it. That purple gold Tao wheel was too perfect. It was so perfect that nothing in this world could compare to it. It was as if everything in front of him had all kinds of flaws. That was the reason why Feng Zichen was amazed. He had seen many treasures, but none of them gave him such a perfect feeling like the Tao wheel in front of him. Even the chaos bead could not compare to it. Feng Zichen had only felt a similar feeling from Pangu. That meant that this item was infinitely close to Pangu. What was even more amazing was that there were countless runes on the Tao wheel that covered the entire wheel. It was extremely mysterious. Just looking at it would make one feel dizzy. Feng Zichen only took a slight glance and felt as if his head had exploded. Countless chaotic information filled his mind, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. He quickly closed his eyes and did not dare to look again. That was extremely unbelievable. What realm was Feng Zichen at now? Wuxia Xianxia had reached perfection. It could be said to be the pinnacle of the Tao. At such a realm, what runes could he not comprehend? Even the supreme great magic, the Khanate Tao scripture, and the saints' classics were placed in front of him. Although he could not comprehend it at a glance, it was not difficult to understand its meaning. But even so, the innate runes on the wheel, not to mention understanding its meaning, just looking at it made him feel confused. He did not understand its meaning at all and even felt dizzy. This meant that the level of the purple gold wheel had surpassed that of a saint. It was an endless mysterious treasure that completely exceeded Feng Zichen's understanding. That was why he could not pry into it. Outside the innate runes, there were endless rules. They were like patterns that were imprinted on the edge of the purple gold wheel. The rules of heaven and earth were extremely similar to the rules that formed the primitive world, but they were more profound. It was like their origin, making Feng Zichen unable to see through them. After looking at it for a long time, he even felt a sense of dizziness. It was even more serious than the after-effects of looking at the innate runes just now. After a while, Feng Zichen calmed down the restlessness in his mind and continued to look at the purple gold wheel. However, with the previous lesson, he did not dare to look at the runes and rules on it again. Instead, he looked elsewhere. This time, Feng Zichen saw silk threads, countless silk threads. Those silk threads came from nowhere and stretched out from the void. They were densely packed and tightly wrapped around the wheel. And as the wheel rotated, they became tighter and tighter. These silk threads were different from the rule runes and did not have the slightest bit of magic. Feng Zichen looked at them for a long time and did not feel uncomfortable. He continued to look at them, wanting to see their origin. At first, he did not feel anything strange. But after looking at them for a long time, he did not discover their origin and found that something was wrong. It was fine that the silk threads were entangled deeper and deeper, but as the silk threads were entangled deeper and deeper with the wheel, it began to affect the speed of its rotation. It was as if there was a huge monster at the end of the silk threads that firmly held the wheel and did not let it continue to rotate. Although this effect was very small and almost undetectable, and if not for Feng Zichen's careful observation, he would not have discovered it. But it did affect the rotation of the wheel. Perhaps he could not see anything now, but as time passed, there would be more and more silk threads firmly wrapped around the wheel, bringing him great pressure. Chapter 4:11. This pressure would become stronger and stronger. First, it would continuously slow down the speed of the Dao wheel. In the end, it would even completely drag the Dao wheel, causing it to completely stop spinning and stand quietly in the void. Then, something big would happen in the primordial world. At this point, how could Feng Zichen not understand the origin of the purple gold Dao wheel? It was clearly the true ruler of the primordial world, the supreme heavenly Dao. That's right. In the primordial world, only the three Daoists of heaven, earth, and man could be so magical and powerful, far surpassing the saints and directly comparable to Pangu. This purple gold Dao will existed above the 9 heavens, in the deepest part of the boundless void. Its origin was self-evident. Good boy. If the heavenly Dao stops operating, the primordial world will be exciting. I'm afraid that the primordial world will be destroyed and the immeasurable calamity will descend soon. Feng Zichen frowned and looked at the heavenly Dao. He thought with some fear. The heavenly Dao slowly rotated. It was clearly a sign of operating the world and pushing the laws. If it completely stopped, it would be terrible. There would not be a big problem in the primordial world. However, whenever the world reached the end, the heavenly Dao would be the first to sense it. It would be affected and stop operating. Therefore, if the heavenly Dao stopped operating, it would be the arrival of the immeasurable calamity and the precursor to the destruction of the world. That thread is, looking at the thread, Feng Zichen frowned tightly. He wanted to see its origin and solve this problem for the heavenly Dao. No one could stand idly by when they saw such a major matter that concerned the survival of the primordial world. Moreover, he was a promising young man. Furthermore, he had the heavy responsibility of Pangu on him. It was even more impossible for him to ignore it. Unfortunately, even the heavenly Dao could not solve it. It was even more impossible for Feng Zichen. After looking carefully for a while, he still did not find any useful information. Connate 8 trigrams. For some reason, a thought flashed through Feng Zichen's mind. He used the supreme mystical ability passed down by Fuxi. The Connate 8 trigrams was the foundation of Fuxi's Dao. At the same time, it was also the pillar of the primordial world. Its power was naturally top-notch. Just in terms of deduction alone, the innate 8 trigrams was enough to rank in the top 3, not to mention that it had other functions. The shadow of the innate 8 trigrams appeared in Feng Zichen's eyes. Heaven and earth changed greatly, and the universe was transformed. The secrets of the threads were gradually revealed in front of him. Yes. It actually worked. The ability of the pre-celestial 8 trigrams was somewhat beyond Feng Zichen's expectations, but it made him a little excited. Originally, he only had a flash of inspiration and wanted to give it a try. He did not know whether it would succeed or not. Who would have thought that it would actually work? This was truly a huge surprise. The 3 flowers at one's prominence had caused great changes in Feng Zichen, but the specific changes were somewhat inexplicable and required him to figure it out himself. Seeing the heavenly Dao was one of them. This was the second reason why the power of the divine ability would be increased. Yes, that's right. After Feng Zichen cultivated the 3 flowers at one's prominence, the power of the divine ability had increased by an entire realm, and his understanding of the Great Path had also increased by a level. Otherwise, with his current mastery of the pre-celestial 8 trigrams, it would be impossible for him to deduce the origin of the threads. But now, he had easily done it without much effort. It had to be said that this was the benefit of forming the 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and man. Karma? That's reasonable. Withdrawing his divine ability, Feng Zichen was a little absent-minded. That thread was the thread of karma. It was the karma of all living beings that firmly entangled the heavenly path, pulling it and preventing it from continuing to operate. Sigh. This is troublesome. After understanding the origin of the threads, Feng Zichen could not help but have a headache. He had no way of dealing with this matter. Previously, he did not know the origin of the threads. Seeing that they were harmful to the heavenly path, Feng Zichen was extremely nervous and wished that he could leave and burn those threads. But now, after understanding that the threads were the threads of karma, the nervousness in Feng Zichen's heart disappeared. He was not as worried as before. He just felt that it was a little troublesome. The heavenly path would clean up the threads of karma on its own, so he did not have to worry about it. When the heavenly path felt that the existence of the threads of karma affected its operation, it would trigger the calamity of heaven and earth and clean up the primordial world. It would clean up the karma that was entangled with it in one go. This was the origin of the calamity of heaven and earth. There was too much karma accumulated between heaven and earth, and it had already hindered the operation of the heavenly path. In order to protect itself, the heavenly path triggered the calamity to clean up everything. This was completely understandable. Karma came from all living beings. This sin should naturally be borne by all living beings. Only in this way could the justice of the heavenly path be demonstrated. In fact, triggering the calamity and cleaning up the primordial world was also a method that the heavenly path had no choice but to do. If someone could clear up all the karma that was entangled in the heavenly path and let it operate steadily, there would naturally be no more calamity in the primordial world. However, that was completely impossible. The karma of a world was huge and complicated. They were connected to each other and entangled with each other. There was no clue at all. It was impossible to clear them up. Even an existence like the heavenly path that had no intelligence and was completely programmed could not be sorted out, let alone sentient beings. If not for that, the heavenly path would not have sent down a killing tribulation to clean up a portion of the living beings of the primordial world and cut off the messy karma. That was the simplest and fastest method. It would also cause the least damage to heaven and earth. However, there was no perfect method in the world. There were still loopholes in this method. Not all karma could be cut off quickly. Some karma was like poison that was attached to the bones. It was firmly entangled in the heavenly path and could not be removed no matter what. Previously, it had been said that the heavenly path could sacrifice everything for the primordial world. Among them, there was no lack of people who had contributed to the world. Not only that, those with merit would definitely be protected by the heavenly path. If these people died, it would be on the heavenly path. Even the Pangu would form karma, let alone the heavenly path. If these people died, the heavenly path would naturally be entangled in karma and could not be removed. In that case, there was quite a lot of karma on the heavenly path. It was easy to end the karma of all living beings. It was fine as long as they all died. However, how could the karma of the heavenly path be ended? Naturally, he had to let the heavenly Tao die to end everything. As time passed, the karma would accumulate and the heavenly Tao would not be able to remove it. When it could not withstand the weight of the karma, the heavenly Tao would stop operating. In that case, the immeasurable calamity would arrive. The calamity was the sin of all living beings. It was the retribution given to all living beings by the heavenly Tao. The immeasurable calamity was the sin of the heavenly Tao. It was the retribution given to the heavenly Tao by those who had died. The heavenly Tao could not withstand the weight of karma. It would naturally collapse. In that case, the world would be destroyed and all karma would be cleared. Chapter 4:12. In the primordial world, it was easy to survive the immeasurable calamity. Not only could Feng Zichen not think of a way to solve this matter, but even the many great divine powers and the high and mighty saints could not solve it. The only thing they could do was to cultivate hard, hoping to reach the realm of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian before the immeasurable calamity and transcend everything. Under the immeasurable calamity, everything would return to chaos. Nothing and everything would be the same. Only primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian could escape. The so-called immortality of the primordial world relied on the primordial world. It could only be said that as long as the world was not destroyed, Daoist would not die. If the world was destroyed, Wuxia Xianxia would lose his support and die. Why did the great divine powers painstakingly pursue the primordial chaos Dao realm? They did not want to die in the immeasurable calamity. After becoming Wuxia Xianxia, the only thing that could worry them was the immeasurable calamity. Although they did not know when the immeasurable calamity would come, they knew that it would definitely come. This was a calamity that all worlds could not escape. Sigh. The sins of the world should be suffered by all living beings. Under the immeasurable calamity, primordial chaos Wuxia Xianxia could survive, but countless living beings below would be destroyed along with the primordial world. Born in the primordial world and die in the primordial world. This was a cycle and also a cause and effect. Unless the primordial world could be promoted to an eternal world, it could jump out of this cycle. It's not that there's no way. Thinking of the eternal world, Feng Zichen could not help but think of a way. That was to continuously raise the level of the primordial world before the immeasurable calamity so that it could bear more karma and not be implicated by karma and enter the realm of the end. Although this method was somewhat like drinking poison to quench thirst, it was the only way Feng Zichen could think of. At the same time, this was also the method that the heavenly Tao was currently using. The purpose of launching the immeasurable calamity was not only to end karma, but also to harvest a wave of origin of the world. However, although the heavenly Tao's plan was very good, reality was often different from expectations. In the untainted land, even the way of heaven could not truly control everything. After all, the water in the untainted land was too deep. There were too many people and things that were out of control. Maybe there was a backup plan left by the chaos fiend god somewhere. Moreover, the great adepts were too powerful. He was strong enough to destroy the world. As a result, the origins that the heavenly Tao reclaimed were far from enough to make up for the damage caused to the primordial world during the battle between the great divine abilities, let alone being used for advancement. Therefore, after each cultivation tribulation, the untainted land, which was supposed to be stronger, became weaker. From this, it could be seen that having too many powerful beings was not necessarily a good thing. If they were to really cause a ruckus, perhaps the world would be destroyed by them before the immeasurable calamity arrived. Therefore, if Feng Zichen wanted to upgrade the level of the untainted land, the first thing he had to do was to strengthen the untainted land so that it could withstand the impact of the great mediums. Of course, Feng Zichen could not do this. Even Dao ancestor Hong Jun could not do it. He was the Wuxia Xianxia, who was still thousands of miles away from the primordial chaos Dao realm. If he wanted to do it, wouldn't he be dreaming? However, although Feng Zichen could not do it, Pangu could. The Tree of World was prepared for this. This was the backup plan that Pangu had prepared for the untainted land. Every time he thought of this, Feng Zichen admired Pangu in his heart. When the untainted land had just been created, he had seen all kinds of things in the future and left a solution. How could such a realm and such strength not be amazing? It seems that the matter of upgrading the Tree of World can't be delayed any longer. I have to hurry up and upgrade its strength to the primordial chaos Dao realm. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen had a headache. If the Tree of World wanted to support the untainted land, it had to be at least at the primordial chaos Dao realm. Otherwise, no matter how extraordinary its essence was, it would be crushed under the heavy pressure of the untainted land. It would be difficult for it to support the untainted land. But the primordial chaos Dao realm. How could it be so easy? Feng Zichen had spent so many treasures, but he had only managed to upgrade the level of the Tree of World to the half-step primordial chaos Dao realm. After that, no matter what price he paid, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. The level of the Tree of World did not change at all. It was useless. Although the half-step primordial chaos Dao realm and the primordial chaos Dao realm were only half a step apart, the difference was like heaven and earth. One was detached from everything and smiled at the changes of time. The other was still struggling in time and space. It was restricted by heaven and earth and could not transcend. It was too difficult to advance. It was not enough to rely on treasures. It needed more opportunities. What the Tree of World lacked was opportunities. It was not just the Tree of World. In the untainted land, all the great mediums who had reached this realm lacked opportunities. Once the opportunity arrived, they could be reborn and achieve the primordial chaos Tao realm that transcended everything. I wonder what opportunities the Tree of World lacks. There's not much time left for me. At this time, even Feng Zichen could not help but feel a little anxious. With the establishment of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the shaman demon tribulation was not far away. If he did not think of a way to upgrade the level of the Tree of World, when Mount Buzhou broke, the Tree of World would not be able to support the untainted land. Then, he would end up miserable. Ever since Feng Zichen obtained the seed of the Tree of World, he had received countless benefits. Moreover, these benefits were each greater than the other. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had become who he was today. However, if these benefits were really calculated, it could be said that Pangu had paid him in advance. It was his reward for cultivating the Tree of World. Originally, these benefits should have been given to Feng Zichen after the Tree of World reached the primordial chaos Tao realm. However, Pangu felt that it was not easy for him to cultivate. It was too difficult to cultivate the Tree of World, so he paid him in advance. However, if Feng Zichen did not cultivate the Tree of World to the primordial chaos Tao realm at the last moment, he would be in big trouble. Thinking about the benefits he had received over the years, Feng Zichen could not help but feel his scalp go numb. A gust of cold air rose from the soles of his feet and rushed straight to his head, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. This karma was too great. It was so great that he could not bear it. If he really wanted to settle the score, it could be said that the more glorious he was now, the more miserable his future would be. No one would be able to save him. At that time, it would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. Just thinking about it was terrifying. No matter what, I have to think of a way to upgrade the level of the Tree of World. With a sudden shiver, Feng Zichen woke up from his terrifying expectations and said fiercely. He had to be afraid. If that really happened, he would have no future. The great emperor of Ziwei, the great emperor of North Star, the 6 imperial emperors of the heavenly court, the primordial chaos human emperor, they would all become illusions. It doesn't matter if there is no opportunity. Then find more innate sources. The quantity changes will cause a qualitative change. It will eventually succeed. After a while, Feng Zichen gradually calmed down and had an idea in his heart. After all, the Tree of World was a chaos spirit root. After all, it was different from the great mediums. It did not have any bottlenecks or anything like that. Even if there was no opportunity, it could rely on the unimaginable innate source or even the chaos source to forcefully upgrade to the primordial chaos level. The upgrade of the Tree of World was not as difficult as the great mediums. It only needed enough resources. Besides, it was said that the great battle between the liches and demons was not far away, but there was still some time. Perhaps during this period of time, the opportunity would arrive. F***CK, if it really doesn't work, at most, I'll destroy a few innate spirit treasures and let the Tree of World devour them. That should be enough. For a moment, Feng Zichen thought fiercely in his heart. When people were forced into a corner, they could think of any way. In his anxiety, Feng Zichen forced him to think of a solution. Although the price to pay for this method was a little beyond imagination, it was indeed very feasible. In essence, innate spirit treasures were the same as Daoist Jingxian. They were both carriers of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The thickness of their sources was beyond imagination. If the Tree of World devoured them, it would definitely be able to upgrade to the primordial chaos level at the fastest speed. It was just that this method was a little painful to use. It could only be used as a last resort. Feng Zichen could be considered a little rich in the untainted land. But if he used this method, he would probably go bankrupt. But no matter what, this method was also a solution. It could be used as a backup plan. If he really could not think of any other way, he had to use it. For the future, for the path of Tao, he could give up all worldly possessions. Sigh. I hope there won't be such a day. With this method as a foundation, Feng Zichen's nervous mood eased a lot. Therefore, he stopped paying attention to the Tree of World and continued to focus on his own changes. He just glanced at the way of heaven and wanted to solve the danger of karma. But he did not expect that it would lead to his biggest hidden danger. It had to be said that the world was unpredictable. Withdrawing his gaze from the way of heaven, Feng Zichen looked forward and saw a vast great Tao hanging in the vast land, mountains, and rivers. It was vast and boundless, pressing in all directions. Its aura was boundless and extraordinary. That was the tunnel. The tunnel was hidden in all things. Feng Zichen could only see the Tao in all things. After all, the vast aura was too strong. It could be said that it was not inferior to the way of heaven. In this case, was there any need to guess its identity? The tunnel, the mother of all things. It can command the boundless veins of the earth, mountains, rivers, and the cycle of life and death. It is the Lord of all things, the highest God in charge of creation. In a trance, Feng Zichen saw a supreme Tao fruit in the tunnel. That was the throne of the Earth Emperor. Unlike the lofty heavenly Emperor and the boundless majesty of the human Emperor, the Earth Emperor was incomparably heavy. It seemed to be able to bear everything and contain everything. The tunnel silently carried all living beings. The Earth Emperor naturally inherited his character. He should be the most benevolent emperor among the three emperors of heaven, earth, and human. At this moment, Feng Zichen had the urge to seek the throne of the Earth Emperor. The full name of the North Star Emperor was the North Star Upper Palace, the Heavenly Emperor of Supreme Polarity. The North Star Emperor was the Heavenly Emperor. It could be said that the throne of the Heavenly Emperor was already in Feng Zichen's hands. As for the throne of the human emperor, he worked hard. When the human race prospered in the future, he might be able to achieve it with the 10,000 spirit crown. In this way, the throne of the three emperors. He had already obtained too. Chapter 413. If he obtained the throne of the Earth Emperor. In that case, Feng Zichen would be in control of the three sovereigns. In addition to the two supreme positions of Great Emperor Ziwei and Great Emperor Qinghua. Then. It was too terrifying. The Heavenly Emperor, Earthly Emperor, Human Emperor, Great Emperor Ziwei, Great Emperor Qinghua, these supreme powers of heaven and earth combined could be said to control everything in the primordial world. When Feng Zichen's Tao was completed, he could directly rule over all stars, all things, all forms, all gods, all spirits, and a series of supreme powers. He could almost stand shoulder to shoulder with the Celestial Emperor. At that time, even the saints could not compete with him. This was not a gap in strength, but a gap in status. No matter how strong the saints were, in the primordial world, the most powerful was still the Celestial Emperor. This was the strongest karmic position in the primordial world, the highest ruler of the primordial world, the controller of everything. The Celestial Emperor, heaven and earth. He was the primordial world. Who could humiliate him? Who could look down on him? Who dared to say that they were more noble than him? Did they not want to live anymore? Even the saints could not. Even in the future, when Haotian became the Celestial Emperor, although the saints looked down on him, they could only ignore him and could not do anything to him. It was not until later, when the 6 royals appeared and split the power of the Celestial Emperor, causing Emperor Haotian to become the Jade Emperor, that the saints and their disciples dared to look down on Haotian. In the primordial world, the Celestial Emperor was the most powerful. The saints were second, Great Emperor Ziwei was second, and the 3 emperors were third. And when the 3 emperors were combined, their power was close to that of the Celestial Emperor. In addition to Great Emperor Ziwei, Feng Zichen's status was no less than that of the Celestial Emperor. It could be said that, except for the fact that he did not have the title of Celestial Emperor, the rest was not bad. In that case, why did he have to take over Haotian? Wouldn't it be better to directly become the Celestial Emperor himself? If he became the Celestial Emperor, he would have to face the 6 saints. That would be troublesome. Without the strength to match his status, that was not a good thing, but a disaster. Haotian was the proof. He had to wait. When the saints took action and established the 6 royals, completely taking over Haotian, he would suddenly expose his identity and take the position of celestial emperor with the power of the 3 emperors, catching the saints off guard. Thinking about it, the scene at that time must be very exciting. The expressions of the saints must be interesting. He had spent so much effort scheming, but in the end, he had helped someone else. Wasn't his expression interesting? This isn't right. Why have all the plans changed now? From 6 royals to 3 sovereigns, suddenly, Feng Zichen came back to his senses and realized that his plan had been completely messed up. His initial goal was to become Great Emperor Ziwei. Later, he saw the Taoist fetus of Gaochen in the Thunder Lock and refined it into an incarnation. Only then did he have the idea of becoming one of the 6 royals and overriding the celestial ruler. At this moment, although Feng Zichen's initial goal had not changed, to become Great Emperor Ziwei, the nature of his goal had changed. From the legendary Great Emperor Ziwei to the real Great Emperor Ziwei. A Great Emperor of Ziwei who had no restrictions and no power to be divided. But now, everything had changed. The 6 royals had yet to be born, but he was about to become one of the 3 emperors. This is really, for a moment, Feng Zichen was speechless. All of his plans were prepared to become Great Emperor Ziwei. He did not consider the throne of the 3 emperors at all. However, the 6 royals that he had meticulously planned had yet to be seen. The throne of the 3 emperors that he had no plans for at all was about to be achieved by accident. What the hell is going on? Moreover, Feng Zichen vaguely felt that there was something wrong with his state today. He was too arrogant. He actually dared to scheme against a saint. No. According to what he thought, that was not scheming, that was provocation. This was not just arrogance, it was simply arrogance, wasn't it? Did he really think that he was Pangu in the world? He was too arrogant. He was not like the low-key him at all. Feng Zichen, who came from the future, knew better than anyone else how powerful the saints were after the calamity of witches and demons. It was not an exaggeration to say that they had no opponents. How could such powerful them let a true celestial ruler be born in the primordial world and suppress them? Therefore, if anyone had this intention, they would immediately join forces to suppress them. The overlapping of the powers of the 6 royals' great emperors in the future was one of the methods that the saints used to prevent the birth of the celestial emperor. The saints were cunning. Feng Zichen did not think that he could defeat them. What celestial emperor, what replacing the primordial world, what jumping out to slap the saints in the face when they were at their proudest, this was impossible. Did they really think that the saints were all good people who would not kill? To dare to jump in front of the saints, they really did not know how to write the word death. Therefore, Feng Zichen was a man hiding in the shadows of the primordial world. Didn't Haotian like the celestial emperor? Then let him be. Use him to attract the firepower while he hid in the dark to scheme. If he really wanted to be the celestial emperor, he had to wait until he reached the primordial chaos Tao realm and had the strength to contend with the saints before he could jump out. Otherwise, the saints could completely arrange everything clearly. In the primordial world, strength spoke. Strength was the most important thing. I'm too arrogant. I've been too complacent recently. I've forgotten who I am and almost made a big mistake. Thinking about it carefully, Feng Zichen knew why he was arrogant. His journey had been too smooth. He had not encountered many hardships at all. Especially recently, he had easily achieved a series of successes and obtained a lot of benefits. Moreover, since his debut, almost all of his plans would succeed. It was simply his wish coming true. Success came too easily. It was inevitable that he would be arrogant and easily forget himself. He would feel that the world was nothing more than this. Feng Zichen had this, but he did not notice it. Or perhaps he noticed it and felt that it did not affect him, so he did not care. However, after the Lady of Earth turned into reincarnation, he calculated everything and caused this arrogance to reach its peak. It affected his mind and made him forget himself. If his cultivation had not improved greatly and he had not noticed that something was wrong, he would have suffered a great loss in the future. Pride makes people fall behind. Excessive pride would often cause great trouble. Feng Zichen knew this principle. Let's talk about the throne of the Earth Emperor in the future. After taking one last look at the tunnel, Feng Zichen withdrew his gaze. It was not bad to be greedy. He had enough burdens on his shoulders. With the addition of the throne of the Earth Emperor, it was a little too much. There was no time to plan. It was not too late to plan for the throne of the Earth Emperor after he had settled the matters on his body. Anyway, he was there and could not run away. It's the human path. Above the heads of all living beings, Feng Zichen saw the human path. He was protecting all living beings. It was because of his existence that there would not be a tragedy of great magical beings sacrificing countless living beings in the primordial world. He was the true guardian of all living beings. If one day the human path was no longer there, it meant that all living beings had died. He existed in the hearts of all living beings and existed with all living beings. Therefore, the human emperor born from the human path had boundless majesty. Internally, he used his majesty to subdue all living beings and lead them to prosperity. Externally, he used his majesty to suppress all living beings, intimidate all enemies, and protect all living beings. Human Emperor. Whether I can succeed or not depends on the future of the human race. In the future, if the human race prospered and redefined the human path, then Feng Zichen would naturally become the human emperor. If the human race fell, everything would be for naught. The myriad Tao of heaven and earth. Billions of laws. And the origin of heaven and earth. Oh my God, this, after looking at the three paths of heaven, earth, and man, Feng Zichen looked around. This look gave him a fright. In the void, the myriad Tao appeared, and the rules of heaven and earth were clearly visible. In the deepest part of the void, in the center of the primordial world, the origin of heaven and earth also appeared. Everything was clearly presented in front of Feng Zichen. It was as if the entire primordial world had no secrets to him. Everything in this world was for him to explore. After staring at the great Tao for a while, the Tao runes in it automatically appeared in his mind. He turned his head and looked at the rules of heaven and earth. The true meaning in it also appeared in his mind. After turning his head, Feng Zichen looked at the mountains, the water, and the clouds. They were indeed different. In his eyes, the clouds were no longer clouds, the mountains were no longer mountains, and the water was no longer water. It was the innate Qi and the innate Tao pattern. All things were presented in front of him in their most primitive form, showing their essence. Seeing this, Feng Zichen seemed to have understood something. He first calmed his Qi and focused his mind, and then looked at the origin of heaven and earth. Swish, a bizarre scene appeared in front of Feng Zichen's eyes, pulling him into a wonderful world, showing him the evolution of the primordial world and the evolution of the universe. Is this the great Taoist priests? It's really a great fortune. No wonder it's said that if I become the great Taoist priests, I'm destined to become the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Isn't that so? Under such conditions, if I can't become the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, I can just commit suicide and save myself from embarrassment. At this time, Feng Zichen understood that he had become the great Taoist priests. There was no sign of any phenomenon, and it was completed silently. At this time, all his changes were brought about by becoming the great Taoist priests. Feng Zichen hadn't felt the invincible power of the Daoist Jingxian for the time being, but he understood the origin of the Daoist Jingxian. After becoming the great Taoist priests, everything in the primordial world was no longer guarded against him. He could see the most essential primordial world. The three paths of heaven, earth, and man appeared in front of him most directly, allowing him to feel the greatness of Tao. The origin of heaven and earth, all the innate paths of the primordial world, and the rules that operated heaven and earth appeared in front of him without reservation, allowing him to observe and understand the principles contained in them. What a great opportunity this was! If becoming the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian was a test, then after becoming the Great Venerable, it was equivalent to obtaining the answers to the test paper. In this way, if he still couldn't achieve Tao, he could only be said to be as stupid as a pig. If he couldn't achieve Tao, he deserved it. He couldn't blame others. Haha. The true meaning of heaven and earth is in front of me, allowing me to take it. My Tao has been achieved. Looking around, Feng Zichen felt carefree and couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 4:14. This was the joy of being about to achieve the Tao. Achieving the Tao. 2 short words. But who knew how many heroes had been trapped? This was an unparalleled joy. It could be said that ever since Feng Zichen came to the primordial world, he had never been as happy as he was today. His path had been set. In the future, he would definitely become the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. This was a destiny that could not be changed or defied. From now on, it would be difficult for Feng Zichen to die even if he wanted to. Great Taoist priests. Pangu's former title. Now, it officially belonged to Feng Zichen. His glory was destined. In the primordial world. Except for saints. Who dared to say that they would not die? No one. No matter how you dominate the primordial world, suppress the world, and amaze the past, present, and future. If you don't become a saint, you will still die when the great calamity comes. But there wasn't in the past, but now there was. It was Feng Zichen. In a sense, the title of great Taoist priests was more honorable than saints. Because saints represented the way of the heavens, but the great Taoist priests represented Pangu. With this title, as long as the name of Pangu did not completely disappear in the primordial world. Then, even if one day, Feng Zichen accidentally died, he could still use it as a basis to reappear from the ashes. This was not a resurrection, but a reappearance. A complete reappearance, a reappearance in his peak state, returning to the world. Compared to Daoist Jingxian's self-resurrection, there was still a period of low spirits. It was obviously different. Such an ability was no different from that of saints. The only difference was the difference in strength. The great Taoist priest was so extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he be called a great sage? How could he be called Pangu so respectfully? It was because he didn't have this ability before, but after he hooked up with Pangu, he naturally had this ability. Even if he didn't have it, he had to have it. Pangu's strength was unparalleled since ancient times. From this, it could be seen. Haha. Feng Zichen laughed for a long time before he gradually stopped laughing. However, he still felt incomparably carefree in his heart. He just wanted to let out a long howl to release the carefree feeling in his heart. In fact, he did so. Boom, that long howl was like the rumbling of thunder, and it even resonated with the essence of the world and the endless grand Daos, causing them to tremble together. This aura is, great Taoist priests. Sword ancestor, success. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed those great mediums. However, before they could get up to investigate what had happened, they heard a long howl that rolled over. The power contained in the howl was not strong, but it made them feel a kind of throbbing in their hearts. It was as if they were facing some kind of great terror, and they felt a sense of danger. At this time, they knew. The great Taoist priests were born. Those who could cultivate to the realm of great divine arts, which one of them wasn't an outstanding talent? Which one of them wasn't a genius? Even if there was a gap between them, it wouldn't be too big. They were all in the realm of Daoist Jingxian. Only the legendary great Taoist priests could make them feel overwhelmed with just a long howl. It should be known that even when the Eastern Emperor Tai was invincible in the primordial world, he could not subdue them with a long howl without using the Bell of Chaos. In the primordial world, the one who could become the great Taoist priests was undoubtedly the primordial sword ancestor who had opened the flower of the heavenly path and the flower of the human path. What a great creation! It seems that it won't be long before there will be another primordial Daoist Jingxian who is comparable to a saint in the primordial world. Feeling the sacred and inviolable aura, the group of great mediums said enviously. Endless years had passed, but they still hadn't found the threshold to step into the primordial Daoist Jingxian. But now, a junior had found the opportunity to become a Dao in front of them. How could they not be envious? What kind of power is this? So powerful, not to mention how the great mediums felt. After Feng Zichen let out a long howl, he suddenly felt that there was an incomparable power in his body. The essence of that power was extremely high, beyond his imagination. Even the primordial aura in his body was faintly unable to be suppressed. This time, Feng Zichen was really shocked. What was the Hongmeng Qi? It was a power that surpassed the Chaos Qi. It was the beginning of everything. It came from before the chaos. It was the first Qi that was born from nothing. It had the same origin as the Tao. Even if the power of the Great Path descended, the Hongmeng Qi dared to compete with it. Of course, it was definitely no match for it. But this didn't mean that the Hongmeng Qi was inferior to the power of the Great Path. It was that Feng Zichen was inferior to the Great Path. In theory, the Hongmeng Qi was the same power as the power of the Great Path. There was no difference between the two. But such a powerful power was actually slightly inferior to the power that suddenly appeared in Feng Zichen's body. It was no wonder that Feng Zichen was shocked. This meant that either the essence of this power was extremely high, far surpassing the Hongmeng Qi. But this was impossible. The Hongmeng Qi was already the original power. In this world, there was no power older and more powerful than it. Then there was only one situation left. The owner of this power had an extremely high realm, beyond Feng Zichen's understanding, and was close to the Great Path. Only in this way could this power suppress the primordial aura. Feng Zichen's realm was too low. Being burdened by him, the Hongmeng Qi, which was supposed to be invincible in the world, could not show its ability to its heart's content. It could only dominate a small place and was even bullied by others. It was simply wrong to the extreme. How pitiful. Is this Panga's power? Why is it different from what I felt before? At this time, Feng Zichen's heart was filled with doubts. In the primordial world, only Panga could have such powerful power. However, in terms of understanding of Panga's power, Feng Zichen could be said to be the third in the primordial world, if not the first. Since his debut, he had come into contact with Panga's power the most. It was the path of gods and demons that he opened up. Its final achievement was also to prove Panga's Tao fruit. Logically speaking, Feng Zichen should be very familiar with Panga's power. If the power in his body was really Panga's power, he would have felt it. However, although this power was similar to Panga's power, Feng Zichen was sure that it was definitely not Panga's power. He had even seen Panga's divine consciousness before. How could he be wrong? Moreover, this power was too strong. After mastering it, Feng Zichen could clearly feel that he could shake everything in the primordial world. The laws of heaven and earth could be changed, and billions of great Daoists were in his heart. With a thought, he could crush his previous self to death. This was the power of Wuxia Xianxia's invincible realm. Standing there, Feng Zichen seemed to be standing at the peak of the primordial world, overlooking the long river of time and space, sitting and watching the changes of time. Nothing in this world could shake him in the slightest. It was as if he could break free from everything with a step, leave from the peak of the primordial world, and surpass everything. Chapter 4:15. Once one's cultivation reached the great perfection of the sage to be, one could be said to be standing at the peak of the primordial world. One step further and one would be the legendary primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. As for the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, he focused on the integration of primordial chaos. He needed to restrain the timeline, restrain his karma, and restrain everything about himself. He had to retrieve all the information about himself from the primordial world and destroy all traces of his existence. Only then could he jump out of the primordial world and become the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian in the most flawless state. This was one of the necessary conditions to become the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Only when one was unrestrained and had no connection to the primordial world could one achieve the Tao. Otherwise, how could one transcend? For the primordial world, The primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian was a transcendent. Only by transcending the primordial world could one not be disturbed by the immeasurable calamity. Therefore, the great perfection of the sage-to-be was the peak of the primordial world. Now, with the support of a strange and powerful force, Feng Zichen had an illusion that he could surpass everything and achieve the primordial chaos Dao fruit with one step. But, of course, that was impossible. How could the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian be so easy to achieve? This feeling was just an illusion that he had suddenly obtained a powerful force and was a little bloated for a moment. He was still far from the primordial chaos. Before the shaman calamity ended, Feng Zichen could not even become a sage-to-be, let alone the primordial chaos Dao fruit that was above that. He had to go through a calamity before he was qualified to be promoted to a sage-to-be. This was the restriction of the heavenly Dao to all living beings. It did not allow too many experts to be born. Let me see where you came from. After calming his mind, Feng Zichen completely immersed his spiritual will into that force to comprehend his foundation and pry into his origin. Just as he said earlier, this force was too strong. And the power left behind by Pangu was limited after all. After a few major changes, it had been almost exhausted. Especially when the reincarnation was opened, it directly collected the entire primordial world and absorbed Pangu's power. Primordial world. Pangu's remaining power was gone. Even if it did, it wouldn't be this powerful. However, if this power did not belong to Pangu, then who did it belong to? Other than Pangu, who else in this world could possess such power? Roar! 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 In a trance, Feng Zichen seemed to have heard a huge roar. Before he could react to what had happened, he suddenly woke up. This is, where? After coming to his senses, Feng Zichen found that he was no longer in the untainted land, but in a vast world. Simple and desolate. Grand simplicity chaotic chi. Taking a deep breath, Feng Zichen suddenly felt something different. This place was filled with grand simplicity chaos chi. As far as the eye could see, there were chaotic airflows everywhere. This was the grand simplicity chaotic chi. A grand changer, the predecessor of the grand cosmos 5 cosmos. This was the first process of transforming the chaotic chi into the connate chi. It had almost inherited all the characteristics of the chaotic chi, but it did not have the brutality of the chaotic chi. It could be said to be a supreme treasure for cultivation. However, this did not mean that it was not dangerous. It was just much safer than the chaotic chi. If one was not careful, they would still be swallowed by it. If I devour this grand simplicity chi, Hongmeng Daozhong might be able to advance further and become a chaos spirit treasure. After being surprised for a moment, Feng Zichen came back to his senses. His heart was filled with surprise. If Hongmeng Daozhong wanted to advance to a chaos spirit treasure, it had to devour the connate 5 essences. However, the connate 5 essences only appeared when the world was first created. After that, there was no news of them. Feng Zichen searched for a long time, but he did not find any clues. However, he did not expect that there would be so much grand simplicity chaotic chi here. This meant that the origin of grand simplicity definitely existed here. Otherwise, where did the grand simplicity chi come from? Even if there was none, it did not matter. There was so much connate grand simplicity chi here that it was comparable to the grand simplicity origin. If Hongmeng Daozhong devoured all of it, it would most likely advance to a chaos spirit treasure. What a pleasant surprise. To Feng Zichen, no matter how many Dharma treasures he had, they were not as precious as Hongmeng Daozhong. This was his foundation in the primordial world. Hongmeng Daozhong, who was only a connate spirit treasure, had already displayed power that was not inferior to a connate cardinal treasure. If it advanced to a connate cardinal treasure, who knew how powerful it would be? It was simply unimaginable. Oh. That's not right. This place is strange. However, Feng Zichen did not feel happy for long before he realized that something was wrong. The grand simplicity chaotic chi was vast and mighty. It was like a sea of chaos that covered the entire world. However, in this world, the mountains and rivers were still there. In the chaotic airflow, divine mountains stood tall. No matter how the grand simplicity chi surged, it could not shake them at all. In Feng Zichen's opinion, it was an extremely inconceivable thing. Even if the grand simplicity chi was inferior to the chaos chi, it was still something that ordinary people could provoke. Only perfected golden immortals could remain calm in the midst of Tai Chi. In that case, didn't that mean that those divine mountains were not inferior to Daoist Jingxian in essence, or even stronger? How was that possible? Just now, Feng Zichen made a rough count. There were 3,000 divine mountains. 3,000 mountains. That was 3,000 mountains. Other than the primordial world, Feng Zichen had never heard of another world that had such a foundation. This was already stronger than the heaven realm and the netherworld. This world was not simple. And that strange power could bring him to this world, which was even more not simple. Hee. Who cares what's strange about it? In short, I'll take the benefits first. After looking around for a while, Feng Zichen did not find anything wrong. Finally, he could not wait any longer. He decisively took out the Hongmeng Daozhong and wanted to devour the grand simplicity chaos chi here. No matter how strange this place was, as long as the Hongmeng Daozhong was promoted to a connate cardinal treasure, then all the trouble would not be trouble. Clang! Feng Zichen pointed at the grand simplicity chi, and the Hongmeng Daozhong appeared from the void. Although it was only 100,000 feet tall and could not be compared to the grand simplicity chi of this world, its body was covered in ancient runes, and even the mark of a chaos demon god appeared. It trembled slightly, and the runes around its body shone brightly. The shadow of a demon god appeared and surrounded it, chanting continuously. Boom! The Hongmeng chi poured out majestically, carrying boundless power. It surged towards the grand simplicity chaos chi, wanting to devour it. At this moment, something strange happened. As if sensing danger, the previously quiet grand simplicity chaos chi suddenly erupted, stirring up boundless tides and stirring up the entire world. Buzz! Then, the huge divine mountains suddenly trembled. Then, under Feng Zichen's incredulous gaze, the vast grand simplicity chi poured directly into the divine mountain. Chapter 4:16. In the blink of an eye, it had completely disappeared. This time, it was Feng Zichen's turn to be dumbfounded. He hadn't even made a move, but the Tai chaotic chi that covered the entire world disappeared just like that, leaving nothing behind. For a moment, Feng Zichen's movements couldn't help but pause. He raised the Hongmeng Daozhong and didn't know what to do. But even though he stopped, the Hongmeng Daozhong didn't stop. With a boom, the Hongmeng purple chi poured down like the Milky Way falling and the sea of stars roaring. With a majestic force, it covered the entire vast world. However, the Tai chaotic chi that should have been entangled with him had disappeared without a trace, leaving only the Hongmeng chaotic chi in the world. What's going on? What on earth is that divine mountain? How can it absorb the Tai chaotic chi? Looking at the towering mountain peaks in front of him, Feng Zichen was a little surprised and doubtful. He didn't know the origin of that mountain. It was one thing for it to be able to resist the invasion of the Tai chaotic chi, but it could also absorb it. It was really incredible. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen wasn't in the mood to care about the origin of that mountain. At this moment, the joy in his heart from seeing the Tai chaotic chi for the first time was replaced by anger. He only felt that the mountain was incomparably abominable. How dare it snatch food from the tiger's mouth? It was really unforgivable. I don't care what you are. You have to pay the price for taking what's mine. In Feng Zichen's heart, he had long regarded the Tai chaotic chi as his own. Now that it had been taken away by the mountain, how could Feng Zichen tolerate it? Making up his mind, Feng Zichen immediately raised the Hongmeng Daozhong and was about to smash it at the mountain peak. He wanted to smash it to see if the Tai chaotic chi was still there. No matter what, the Tai chaotic qi was too important to him. It was a necessary item for the Hongmeng Daozhong to advance. He couldn't give it up. If he gave it up now, who knew when he would be able to find it again next time? It was now or never. Clang! The Hongmeng Daozhong trembled slightly, and the Hongmeng qi that filled the entire vast expanse world immediately retreated. Then, the Hongmeng Daozhong suddenly expanded until it was as tall as the sky. It hung high in the sky with the mouth of the bell facing downwards, shrouding a mountain peak. Clearly, Feng Zichen wanted to refine the mountain and see if he could refine the grand simplicity chaotic qi from it. Although the mountain peak was huge and towered into the clouds, it seemed a little small compared to the current Hongmeng Daozhong. The difference between an ant and an elephant was more than enough to cover it. However, there was one thing. Feng Zichen had miscalculated. That mountain peak was obviously not easy to bully. As if sensing danger, before the Hongmeng Daozhong could cover it, the mountain suddenly trembled violently. Then, with a flash of purple brilliance, the mountain shook and transformed into the shadow of a demon god. Bang! After the demonic god projection appeared, it did not say anything. It clenched its right fist and threw a punch at the descending Hongmeng Dao bell. Clang! After that, a loud bang was heard. The primordial chaos Dao bell was actually sent flying by a single punch from the demonic god's shadow, smashing into the boundless void. What? This sudden change really gave Feng Zichen a fright. But in the end, he reacted quickly. Without hesitation, he took out the purple imperial sword and fiercely swung it at the demonic god's shadow. Whoosh! Resplendent sword light surged out like a sea of stars, vast and boundless. It was also like the Milky Way hanging upside down, falling from the 9 heavens with a majestic aura. This was the stellar sword technique. It was a unique skill that Feng Zichen created himself. It was a combination of the stellar path and the Khanate sword path. It represented his achievements in these two paths. Although this was not the most powerful skill that he had mastered, it was the most powerful one among the unique skills that he created himself. Its power was so great that it could kill Daluo Jingxian and severely injure a sage to be. Unfortunately, although Feng Zichen's skill was powerful, the demon god's shadow was even more extraordinary. He smiled contemptuously, raised his right hand, and punched out again. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying power came. It was almost endless. It swept across the entire void and directly shattered the starry sword light. And it did not slow down and went straight for Feng Zichen. Clang! At the critical moment, Feng Zichen called back the Hongmeng Daozhong from the void. It hovered above his head and blocked the terrifying attack. Chaos Demon God. He is the Chaos Demon God. After a round of fighting, Feng Zichen recognized the origin of the demon god that the mountain transformed into. Arrogant, domineering, fierce, and superior aura, as well as the charm of the great way flowing all over his body. What else could he be if not the legendary Chaos Demon God? Oh no! This mountain has turned into a demon god's shadow. Doesn't that mean the other mountains may also turn into demon god shadows? Hiss! Suddenly, Feng Zichen seemed to have realized something. He looked at the other mountains and felt the terrifying aura flowing over them. He could not help but gasp. What is this place? There are 3,000 demon god shadows here. How terrifying! If I accidentally startled them, I would be blown to pieces in an instant. One demon god is enough to make people tremble, let alone 3,000 demon gods. Even Hong Jun would turn around and run away if he saw them. Unless Pangu is still alive, who can defeat them? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen felt a lingering fear when he thought of what he had done just now. Fortunately, he was vigilant enough to only attack one mountain instead of being careless and attacking all of the mountains. Otherwise, if 3,000 demon gods attacked me together, I would not even be able to withstand one punch from each of them. On the other side, seeing that Feng Zichen did not move, the demon god's shadow moved and took the initiative to attack him. Not fighting back. That is not the style of a chaos demon god. Roar. With a loud roar, the demon god's shadow moved. In a flash, he came to Feng Zichen's side and raised his fist to hit him. It was an ordinary punch without any magic, nor did it have the slightest Taoist charm, nor was there any magic power contained in it. It was like a fight between ordinary people, simple and violent. However, such an ordinary punch was extremely terrifying in the eyes of Feng Zichen. He did not dare to take it head-on and hurriedly dodged to the side. The most powerful means of a chaos demon god was not their magic power, nor their magic treasure, but their physical body, which was what they relied on to run rampant in the chaos. Their physical body, which had been polished by the chaos for countless years, was simply ridiculously strong. Even in the face of the attack of a chaos spiritual treasure, they could withstand it head-on. Although this demon god's shadow was only a shadow and its strength was far inferior to the real body, after the test just now, Feng Zichen had confirmed that it had at least the cultivation of Daoist Jingxian. Moreover, what was even more despairing was that this shadow had everything that a chaos demon god of this realm had. Chapter 4:17. Including the physical body. In other words, the demon god phantom in front of Feng Zichen could be said to be a real chaos demon god. A demon god in the Daoist Jingxian realm. For chaos demon gods, this realm was the realm they could have when they were born. But for the creatures in the primordial world, it was a transcendence that they were painstakingly pursuing. Chaos demon gods were so powerful. They were the most powerful creatures known to man. As soon as they were born, they had the cultivation of Daoist Jingxian. They directly reached the end of the primordial world. It was so enviable. Logically speaking, as Daoist Jingxian, Feng Zichen should not be afraid of chaos demon gods. But in the face of chaos demon gods' attack, he had no power to resist at all. He was beaten back and had to hide. There was a huge gap between innate god fiends and innate creatures. Similarly, there was a huge gap between chaos demon gods and innate god fiends. And it was even bigger, like the difference between heaven and earth. How could a creature born of the innate origin compare with a creature born of the chaos origin? That was the difference in essence. Daoist Jingxian in the primordial world would encounter danger at any time if he was not careful after coming to the chaos outer realm. But chaos demon gods were different. They could freely travel in the chaos outer realm. The difference was obvious at a glance. Although Feng Zichen and chaos demon god were in the same realm, there was still a huge gap between them in essence. How could he be his opponent? Damn it! After retreating repeatedly, Feng Zichen was also angry. He could not help but use all his strength and punch the chaos demon god. Boom! After the punch, Feng Zichen only felt an irresistible force coming. His right arm made a cracking sound, and his body flew backward involuntarily. Bang! Tens of thousands of miles away, Feng Zichen smashed hard on the ground. The huge impact burst out, forming a huge pit with a radius of tens of thousands of miles around him. Hiss, this is too strong. Feng Zichen struggled to get up from the ground. He was still in disbelief. He knew that the chaos demon gods were strong, but he didn't expect them to be this strong. He defeated him with a single punch. Rationally, he did not want to believe that it was true. However, the heart-wrenching pain that came from his right arm clearly told him that it was true. He lowered his head and saw that his right arm, which was used to fight against the chaos demon god, was twisted in an unnatural shape. Apparently, it was broken. The pain he felt earlier was caused by this. The light of creation flickered on his body. Feng Zichen tried to heal his arm, but there were wisps of murderous aura lurking on the wound, preventing him from healing. If the wounds left by the chaos fiend gods could be easily healed, they wouldn't be the most powerful creatures in history. No matter how the light of creation flashed, it could not expel it. With the appearance of the murderous aura, Feng Zichen felt even more intense pain. However, how could physical pain compare to the shock in his soul? After all, Feng Zichen's physical body was not the strongest in the same realm, but it was one of the best. It belonged to a small part of the top. Otherwise, why would it be called Pangu's Dao body? But even so, it was difficult to block the punch of the Chaos Fiend God. That was to say, in the primordial world, no one in the same realm could block the punch of the Chaos Fiend God. How powerful would the true body of the Chaos Fiend God be? No wonder Pangu did not allow the Chaos Fiend God to step into the primordial world. Any one of them could sweep across the primordial world. In the past, Feng Zichen only knew that the Chaos Fiend God was powerful, but he did not know much about how powerful he was. Now that he had experienced it personally, he finally understood. The difference in essence caused a difference in concept. The creatures of the primordial world were not in the same dimension as the Chaos Fiend God. How could they compete with him? They could not beat him at all. Unless Feng Zichen underwent another transformation and cultivated the true body of Pangu, or stepped into the primordial Chaos Dao realm. If he cultivated the true body of Pangu, his physical body would not be weaker than the Chaos Fiend God. Naturally, he could fight him. And if he reached the primordial Chaos Dao realm, even if he stepped into the realm of the Chaos Fiend God, he could still compete with him. What a pity. This Chaos Fiend God is strong, but he's not smart. He doesn't have any treasures in hand. When cultivators fought, they not only relied on strength, but also magical powers and magic treasures. The phantom of the demon god had the cultivation of Daoist Jingxian, which was already extremely impressive. Feng Zichen did not believe that he still had magic treasures. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen waved his hand and summoned back Hongmeng Daozhong. Immediately, the aura of Hongmeng circulated and wrapped around his broken arm, obliterating the murderous aura. At the same time, the light of creation burst out, and his arm recovered. Then, Feng Zichen raised Hongmeng Daozhong and smashed it hard at the Chaos Fiend God. Dong! The violent impact, accompanied by the melodious sound of the bell, caused huge ripples, and directly sent Feng Zichen flying. At the same time, Hongmeng Daozhong flew back faster than it came. But the fate of the phantom of the demon god was not much better. He also flew back, and an obvious mark appeared on his body, which was left by Hongmeng Daozhong. He was injured. Speaking of which, Hongmeng Daozhong's essence was the highest and was equal to the Great Dao. Feng Zichen could not hurt the Chaos Fiend God, but he could. Haha. Again. Seeing that Hongmeng Daozhong was useful, Feng Zichen stood up, grabbed Hongmeng Daozhong, rushed to the side of the phantom of the demon god, and smashed it hard. Dong, 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 a series of rapid bell sounds rang. That was the sound of Hongmeng Daozhong smashing the phantom of the demon god. Previously, Feng Zichen was severely suppressed by the phantom of the demon god. Now that he had gained the upper hand, he naturally wanted to take revenge one by one. Fortunately, the phantom of the demon god did not have intelligence for some reason. In the face of Feng Zichen's attacks, it could only resist with all its might and did not know how to dodge. Otherwise, he would have escaped long ago. But even so, Feng Zichen did not feel good. When Hongmeng Daozhong hit the phantom of the demon god, the rebound force was not weak. It shook his body until it was a little numb, and he almost lost his grip on Hongmeng Daozhong. This body is too strong. After fighting for a while, Feng Zichen was surprised to find that the phantom of the demon god looked very miserable, but other than more marks on his body, he did not suffer any serious injuries. In other words, after fighting for so long, he only made the phantom of the demon god suffer some superficial wounds and feel some pain. Nothing else. Realizing this, Feng Zichen's body trembled faintly. It was not fear, but excitement. Because he saw a trace of his future from the phantom of the demon god. Strong. Absolutely strong. The strength of his physical body was enough to sweep across the untainted land. Chapter 418. No one was more powerful than Pangu in the world. The body of the demon god of chaos could be invincible in the untainted land. What about Pangu's body? Absolutely invincible in the untainted land. When Feng Zichen reached the primordial chaos and completed the shocking achievement of reverse refining Pangu's real body, he would be invincible in the untainted land with just his body alone. Just thinking about it was enough to make Feng Zichen excited. What's more, this was something that could be seen in the future. Feng Zichen saw such a future from the demon god Phantom. He was destined to be invincible. It's time to end this. With his emotions surging, Feng Zichen grabbed the primordial chaos Dao bell and slammed it down on the fiend celestial phantom. Clang! The melodious sound of the bell rang, stirring up ripples of time, simple and heavy. But in the ears of the demon god Phantom, it was not the case at all. When the sound of the bell entered his ears, terrifying fluctuations erupted, almost tearing his body apart, bringing him great pain and making his body twitch. At the same time, in the Hongmeng Daozhong, earth, fire, water, and wind emerged, demonstrating the power of the opening of the world, tearing at the demon god Phantom. On the wall of the bell, runes appeared, shining brightly, showing the scene of the beginning of Hongmeng before heaven and earth were opened. Heaven and earth were vast. Then the Khanate Dao emerged, including yin and yang, the 5 elements, and strangling everything. In the blink of an eye, in the Hongmeng Daozhong, various forces appeared, interweaving into various killing methods, and blasted at the demon god Phantom, wanting to completely destroy him. At this moment, under the full power of Feng Zichen, the power of the Hongmeng Daozhong was undoubtedly displayed. Terrifying power surged, and an unprecedented scene appeared. Roar! A huge roar came from the demon god Phantom, accompanied by indescribable pain. Under the crazy attack of the Hongmeng Daozhong, his already broken body was even more broken. His flesh was melting, turning into great simplicity chaotic energy, revealing white bones, making him look exceptionally terrifying. Fortunately, the demonic god's skeleton was clearly tougher than its flesh and blood. Although Hongmeng Daozhong's attack was ferocious, it did not injure his bones and did not cause any fatal damage. His injuries were not as miserable as they looked on the surface. However, the demon god's shadow could not hold on for much longer. No matter how strong and hard his bones were, they still had their own limits. It was impossible for him to achieve eternal immortality. It could be seen that the divine charm that was constantly flowing on the bones was becoming fainter. The Dao glow it was emitting dimmed too. It no longer had its previous luster. Even some of the great Dao runes engraved on his bones had been obliterated. And it was all caused by Hongmeng Daozhong's attack. Although Hongmeng Daozhong could not directly destroy the skeleton of the demon god's shadow, it could slowly wear it down with the passage of time. Hongmeng Daozhong's power was too strong. It would not be long before the demon god's shadow was refined and completely destroyed. It would turn into great simplicity chaotic energy again and become the nourishment for Hongmeng Daozhong's promotion. Within the bell wall, the demon god's shadow seemed to have sensed the danger. He knew that if this continued, the only thing that awaited him was death. Therefore, he finally could not help but erupt completely. Roar! He roared and suddenly attacked Hongmeng Daozhong crazily. All kinds of great magic that Feng Zichen could not understand poured out of his hands and hit Hongmeng Daozhong one by one. It made his heart thud and tremble endlessly. Unfortunately, although Hongmeng Daozhong's background was unknown, it was definitely stronger than the Chaos Demon God. Just by looking at the level of an innate spirit treasure, it had the power that even an innate cardinal treasure could not compare to. One could tell that it was not simple. The hardness of its bell body was naturally stronger than that of the Chaos Demon God. The magic of the Demon God's shadow hit Hongmeng Daozhong's body, causing a big commotion. The earth, fire, water, and wind were swept away, the innate Dao was shattered, and the Hongmeng Qi mass was destroyed. It was really fierce. But that was it. Although the commotion was big, there was no harm at all. It was completely unable to break the bell and could only be trapped in it, waiting for death to come. Moreover, with the attack of the demon god's shadow, Hongmeng Daozhong trembled violently. A powerful counterforce came, stronger than the magic of the demon god's shadow. It hit his body one after another, causing fatal damage to him. How could the mystery of Hongmeng Daozhong be described in a few words? Any attack that landed on his body would be countered with even greater power. Otherwise, how could he show his strength? Crack. The demon god's shadow did not understand this and immediately suffered a great loss. His incomparably hard divine bones were directly cracked by the huge counterforce. And as he attacked more and more, the counterforce increased, and the power of each attack was stronger than the previous one. When the demon god's shadow finished a set of magic, the counterforce had accumulated to a terrifying degree. A vast power erupted, sweeping everything and shaking the demon god's shadow into pieces. How pitiful. The invincible demon god's shadow was actually indirectly killed by his own magic. It was really lamentable. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would have to spend a lot of effort to kill him. This could be considered as saving him a lot of trouble. You still want to be resurrected? Disappear completely. In Hongmeng Daozhong, the demon god's shadow, which had been shattered into countless pieces, suddenly gathered into a ball and wriggled crazily, as if to reform his body. Seeing this, Feng Zichen's eyes turned cold. He took out the human emperor's seal and smashed it toward Hongmeng Daozhong. It was not easy to shatter the demon god's shadow. How could he let it recover? Wasn't this looking for trouble for himself? Dong! After a loud sound, the primordial chaos Dao bell emitted a bright light. It was like a purple sun, and boundless primordial chaos hung down. Countless mysterious runes appeared on its body, showing the scene of the opening of heaven and earth. Boom! It was as if the sea of stars had exploded and the universe had collapsed. All kinds of connate Dao were born, mysterious and unpredictable. They surged toward the fragments of the demon god's shadow, completely drowning it and shattering it again. Dong, 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 without hesitation, Feng Zichen raised the human emperor's seal and smashed it several times toward Hongmeng Daozhong. In an instant, the connate Dao was vast and mighty, showing all kinds of mysteries, and completely obliterating the demon god's shadow. At this time, Feng Zichen's arms drooped down weakly, and his body was trembling. This series of actions seemed easy, but in fact, it was a great burden on Feng Zichen. The recoil of Hongmeng Daozhong was not so easy to bear. In particular, the human emperor's seal was a connate ultimate treasure. It was even more powerful when it hit Hongmeng Daozhong. Otherwise, how could it kill the demon god's shadow? If Feng Zichen was not the master of Hongmeng Daozhong, he would have been smashed to pieces with just one blow. He would not be any better than the demon god's shadow, or even worse. But fortunately, the demon god's shadow was finally dead. After a long while, Feng Zichen finally caught his breath and had time to check on Hongmeng Daozhong and collect his trophies. As expected. Tai chaotic chi. It's inside the demon god's shadow. He took out Hongmeng Daozhong and saw a black airflow floating in the bell. If it was not Tai chaotic chi, what else could it be? Then, Feng Zichen understood the origin of the demon god's shadow. That divine mountain. It carried the mark of the chaos demon god. It looked ordinary, but once it was in danger, it would absorb Tai chaotic chi and summon the demon god's shadow to kill the enemy. Refine. Shaking Hongmeng Daozhong lightly, Feng Zichen spat out a word coldly. Immediately, Hongmeng's chi surged out, drowning and devouring the Tai chaotic chi, turning it into nourishment for his own promotion. However, this ball of Tai chaotic chi was still too little. After completely devouring it, the primordial chaos Dao bell did not obtain too many benefits. Other than its own spiritual light becoming brighter, there were no other changes. Of course, this result was not out of Feng Zichen's expectations. If it was so easy to obtain a primordial treasure, there would be more than a few in the untainted land. If one Tai chaotic chi was not enough, it did not matter. There were at least 2,000 Tai chaotic chi here. If he devoured all of them, it should be enough, right? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen turned his head to look at the other mountains. The rest of the Tai chaotic chi was hidden in these mountains. If he guessed correctly, these mountains were the same as the previous one. They were also the incarnations of the demon god's shadow. Before Feng Zichen could verify it, what happened next confirmed his guess. Among the mountains, one of the mountains suddenly shook violently, and then turned into a powerful demon god's shadow. It raised its fist and charged at Feng Zichen. Haha. Good. Perhaps because he had just killed a demon god's shadow, Feng Zichen was a little arrogant. In the face of this brazen demon god's shadow, not only did he not dodge, but he even took the initiative to attack. Boom! Feng Zichen opened his 5 fingers and clenched them toward the sky. The qi of the 5 elements flowed and turned into a huge 5-colored handprint. At the same time, the Tao of the primordial 5 elements hung down, and behind it, there were 5 terrifying demon gods' shadows. They were imprinted on the huge 5-colored handprint to enhance its power. It was the 5 Emperors' great divine skill, the primordial 5 elements handprint. And it was an enhanced version, built with the 5 elements chaotic demon god as the foundation. Go! After the primordial 5 elements handprint was formed, Feng Zichen waved his hand and directly blasted at the demon god's shadow. Boom! The handprint carried the primordial 5 elements' power and the rules of heaven and earth. It fiercely blasted the demon god's shadow, causing it to stagger and temporarily stop its advance. You're courting death. However, before Feng Zichen could rejoice, he saw the demon god's shadow stand up and roar with a face full of anger. It directly shattered the primordial 5 elements handprint. This, on the other side, Feng Zichen looked at this scene with a face full of shock. He did not know if he should use the great path furnace in his hand. This demon god was so fierce. It was even stronger than the previous one. The small arrogance that had been caused by killing the demon god's shadow disappeared without a trace at this moment. There was still an insurmountable gap between him and the chaotic demon god. Chapter 419. With just a roar, the phantom of the demon god broke the magic that Feng Zichen was so proud of. It had to be said that it was a huge blow to him. However, it was still okay. The previous experience had already given Feng Zichen enough of a blow. This experience, except for making him more aware of the gap between him and the demon god of chaos, was not a big deal. Go! Knowing that he was no match for the phantom of the demon god, Feng Zichen did not try to be brave. He put away the furnace of the Great Way in his hand and took the opportunity when the phantom of the demon god was unprepared to take him in. The Emperor's seal was the disguise of the Chaos Bead, and the Chaos Bead was a legendary Chaos Spirit treasure, which was not necessarily worse than the demon god of chaos. If the phantom of the demon god fell into it, he would be at his mercy. However, Feng Zichen's idea was quite good, but what happened next shocked him to the extreme. His heart was full of fear, and he only felt that the crisis of death had come to him. After Feng Zichen took out the Emperor's seal, the rest of the mountains, which were originally quiet, suddenly moved together. All of a sudden, they all turned into phantoms of the demon god and attacked him. How could, seeing this scene, Feng Zichen was really shocked and angry. He quickly called back the Emperor's seal and hung it over his head. At the same time, Hongmeng Daozhong also flew out and covered him. Together with the Chaos Bead, it protected him firmly. After that, Feng Zichen did not care whether it was useful or not. He directly urged his Dharma power to the limit and hit all the great magic that he had mastered, bombarding the phantoms of the demon god with the intention of blocking their attacks. Unfortunately, it was completely useless. Those were 3,000 demon gods of chaos. Even if it was just a phantom, it was not something that anyone in the same realm could resist. What's more, Feng Zichen could not even defeat one demon god. How could he resist 3,000 demon gods? With 3,000 demon gods attacking together, except for Pangu, no one in the untainted land could defeat them. Boom! Fist seals flew over one after another. Feng Zichen's great divine ability was completely unable to resist and was shattered one by one. This included his most powerful divine ability, the heaven-opening sword art. The gap was too big. F***ck. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen couldn't help but curse, and then he didn't know anything else. This was because he had been smashed into pieces and had completely left this world. Even Hongmeng Daozhong and the Chaos Bead would not be able to protect Feng Zichen from the joint attack of the 3,000 demonic gods. In the blink of an eye, all the defenses were broken, and Feng Zichen was reduced to ashes. Hiss! How frightening! I thought I was really going to die. In the outside world, after Feng Zichen was killed by the joint attack of the demon god phantoms, he woke up with a start. He didn't have time to think about what had happened. He jumped up and hurriedly checked his body. When he found that there was no problem, he let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just an illusion. The scene that he had just experienced was really too frightening. The feeling of death was too real, causing him to think that he was really dead for a time. Now that he suddenly realized that the experience was just an illusion, he couldn't help but feel that he had survived a disaster. How could he not feel relieved? No. That was definitely not an illusion. After a while, Feng Zichen gradually regained his composure and gradually figured out that something was wrong. Everything that he had experienced in the vast world was definitely not an illusion. First of all, it was too real. It didn't seem fake at all. Second of all, at Feng Zichen's level, he could still distinguish whether it was real or fake. Finally, the most important thing was, Feng Zichen flipped his hand and took out the Hongmeng Daozhong. The Kanei Dao light that soared on it proved that everything that had just happened was real. Otherwise, how could the Hongmeng Daozhong that had been improved in the illusion be reflected in reality? In a trance, Feng Zichen seemed to have realized that that place should be an opportunity left behind by Pangu. It should be an opportunity specially prepared for the great Taoist priests. Buzz! Suddenly, there was an inexplicable throbbing between heaven and earth, which made Feng Zichen understand everything. The origin of the terrifying power in his body and the cause of the vast world. It was indeed left behind by Pangu. In the past, Pangu opened the sky and died of exhaustion. Although his body had turned into the primordial world, there was still a part of his power that didn't turn into Tao but dissipated between heaven and earth. Pangu was like that. So was the chaos demon god. Although his body and origin had become nourishment for the growth of the primordial world, there was still a part of his power that was left behind to create chaos in the primordial world. Pangu noticed this, so before he turned into Tao, he mobilized a wisp of power and suppressed it in the depths of the boundless void, a mysterious unknown place. He wanted to use the power of the primordial world to obliterate it. However, countless years had passed. Although the power of the chaos demon god had almost been obliterated, there was a wonderful change at the last moment. After many years of tempering, they had merged tightly with Pangu's power, forming a power that was the closest to Tao with Pangu's power as the lead. This was an unforeseen event that even Pangu had not expected. The power of the 3,000 demon gods came from the great Tao. They were different manifestations of the great Tao. It was not an exaggeration to say that their combined power was the power of the great Tao. Moreover, the power that could still be preserved under the obliteration of the power of the primordial world was probably the purest part of it, the essence of it. Obliteration was only obliteration if used well. If not used well, it would become a training. It was a blessing, not a disaster. It was also because of this that this power could be preserved. Because the power of the primordial world could no longer obliterate it. The essence was too different. However, the will of the chaos demon god was completely obliterated with the help of Pangu's will. The rest, it was an extremely pure power of the great Tao. However, although its essence was extremely high, in reality, there was not much left. It was far from being comparable to back then. After all, it had been obliterated for so many years. Therefore, Pangu had hidden it and treated it as an opportunity for the great Taoist priests. Today, by chance, it was obtained by Feng Zichen and became the foundation of his Daoist Jingxian's invincibility. That's right, the so-called invincibility of the Daoist Jingxian by the great Taoist priests was due to this power. The great Taoist priests was a Dao immortal, not a realm. Without the help of external forces, how could he have unparalleled combat strength? In addition, the so-called not much power left was compared to the power of the chaos demon god. Naturally, it was nothing. However, in the primordial world, it was a power second only to the primordial chaos Dao realm. Otherwise, it would not have been used as a reward by Pangu for the great Taoist priests. Moreover, this was not the greatest use of the power of the great Dao. Its greatest use was to help its master break through to the primordial chaos Dao realm. External forces were external forces after all. Even if he could be brave for a while, he could not be unstoppable for a while. If he indulged in it, he would eventually be implicated by it. Pangu's realm was high, so how could he not understand this point? Therefore, after leaving behind the power of the great Dao, he gave it another meaning, to help others break through to the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. It was definitely not a simple matter to attain the Dao. It was not something that could be achieved naturally when one's realm reached a certain level. It involved all aspects. Just like back then, when Feng Zichen wanted to break through to the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian, he had clearly reached a certain level, but because of the lack of congenital origin, he had been unable to break through for a long time. The primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian's breakthrough also involved congenital origin, and it required more than one could imagine. The saints could attain the Dao so easily not because they had accumulated enough, but because the heavenly Dao had directly imbued them, saving them the time to accumulate. However, this was not without a price. One of the reasons why saints could not break free from the heavenly Dao. Feng Zichen, on the other hand, did not have such concerns. In this world, there were not many forces better and stronger than the power of the great Dao. As for congenital origin, it was obviously not one of them. When his realm reached a certain level, Feng Zichen only needed to refine the power in his body to accumulate enough origin and naturally become the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. Otherwise, if he relied on his own accumulation, how long would he have to wait? In theory, if he wanted to attain the Dao, he had to accumulate dermic powers for an immeasurable number of tribulations. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to attain the Dao. After becoming the great Taoist priests, Feng Zichen could be said to have taken advantage of everything. The path to attaining the Dao had already been paved, and he was just waiting for time to pass. If news of this spread, countless people would be envious. As for the vast expanse world, its background was even greater. It had something to do with Pangu suppressing the river of time and space. The realms of Pangu and the 3,000 demon gods were unfathomable and beyond imagination. They had already reached a realm that could not be explored. The impact of the battle was naturally shocking. It was far from being as simple as it seemed. The process of the battle had long been deeply imprinted at the end of time and space. No one knew the beginning or the end, and it had been preserved since ancient times. It could appear in any time and space at any time. How could this be? If this battle suddenly appeared in a certain period of time and space in the primordial world, the damage would be great. It was estimated that just the aftermath of the battle could destroy the entire primordial world. Therefore, after realizing this, Pangu made a prompt decision. He directly used Mount Buzhou to suppress the river of time and space, firmly locking this period of history at the end of the river of time and space, not allowing it to appear again. Otherwise, the appearance of this battle would be a great disaster for the primordial world. Of course, Pangu had another purpose for sealing this battle, and that was to delay the return of the chaos demon gods. Imagine, if that battle appeared openly in the primordial world and was constantly being talked about by all living beings, there might be a chaos demon god who obtained an opportunity and returned from the wishes of all living beings. If one could not forget it, there would definitely be an echo. This sentence was not joking in the mythological world. Sealing it could prevent this from happening. Moreover, Pangu's intention was not only that. The chaos demon gods did not have a past or a future. They only had the present. However, Pangu sealed the battle of splitting open the sky and forcefully tore apart the foundation of their existence, creating a past for them. With a past, there would be one more concern, and their strength would be scattered. The resurrection of the chaos demon gods would be greatly delayed. Moreover, those resurrected chaos demon gods would be unable to take back their past, and their cultivation would definitely be affected, making it difficult for them to advance. This might not be the reason why the Chaos Demon Gods wanted to destroy the primordial world. From this, it could be seen that Pangu's methods were superb. The 3,000 demon gods prevented him from achieving the great Tao, causing him to have no choice but to transform the world. He pulled them into the river of time and space, making it difficult for them to cultivate. The revenge came so quickly that the Chaos Demon Gods probably did not expect it. However, the battle of splitting open the sky had a wide range of effects and a great impact. It was unprecedented and beyond imagination. How could it be sealed so easily? Although its main body was sealed, the imprint fragments left behind could still cause harm to the primordial world. Moreover, those imprint fragments also contained the unyielding fighting spirit of the Chaos Demon Gods, which made it even more troublesome. If the news spread, although it would not destroy the primordial world, it would still cause the primordial world to be riddled with holes, leaving behind irreparable damage. Pangu had no choice but to use the last of his mental power to create a mental battlefield. It swept across the entire primordial world, pulling the imprint fragments of the great battle and the unyielding fighting spirit of the Chaos Demon Gods into it and suppressing them. In this way, the vast world was formed. Also, because this world was opened by Pangu's mental power, it belonged to the mental plane. Therefore, it had a form but no substance, and only the mind could enter this world. To put it bluntly, this was another battlefield that continued the battle of splitting open the sky, a contest on the mental plane. It was a war launched by the Chaos Demon Gods because they were unwilling to accept their death and their indestructible spirit wanted to destroy the primordial world. Even if a person with a high cultivation level died, he could still cause a lot of trouble. Pangu had no choice but to fight. After his death, his spirit was not extinguished, and he evolved the mental realm to continue the battle with the Chaos Demon Gods. Unfortunately, the Chaos Demon Gods were no match for Pangu when they were alive, and of course, they were no match for him after their death. Not long after, they were suppressed by Pangu one by one. After Feng Zichen entered the vast world, the mountains that he saw were the result of Pangu's efforts. He intended to use the power of time to wear them down. After all, time could erase everything. No matter how big a thing was, how unforgettable a love was, how deep a hatred was, it would eventually be forgotten with the passage of time. It was a pity that his great power was known. However, the Chaos Demon Gods were not people who would wait for death. Seeing that things were not going well, at the moment when they were suppressed by Pangu, they used the last of their strength to tear a hole in the vast world and draw in the Tai chaotic chi. Tai, the first process of the evolution of heaven and earth, had boundless creation. The Chaos Demon Gods drew in this chi with the intention of merging it with the vast world, so that this world would turn from illusion to reality and completely manifest in the world. They could also take advantage of this opportunity to refine their Taoist bodies and return. It had to be said that the Chaos Demon Gods had a good plan. After Pangu's spirit sealed them, it completely dissipated and could no longer interfere with their actions. If the Chaos Demon Gods were given enough time, they might really succeed. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen came and changed everything. The resurrection method of the Chaos Demon Gods became his opportunity. The Tai chaotic chi could help Hongmeng Daozhong to advance. The shadow of the Chaos Demon Gods could let Feng Zichen feel the Taoist rhyme of the Chaos Demon Gods at a close distance. Wasn't that a great opportunity? Chapter 420. In fact, if one thought about it carefully, it might have been Pangu's plan. Cultivation was not enough to rely on hard work. One had to apply what they had learned. Blindly cultivating was like building a cart behind closed doors. Sooner or later, one would fall behind others. Otherwise, how could one have great achievements? Only by applying what they had learned and using their own Tao to verify the heaven and earth could one continue to improve. Pangu might have left this spiritual battlefield with the intention of training his successor. After Feng Zichen became the great Taoist priests, there were no more secrets in the primordial world to him. The Khanate Tao and the rules of heaven and earth were all clearly visible. He could enter the state of enlightenment at any time and feel the mysteries of heaven and earth. It could be said that from now on, his cultivation was like the help of heaven. His rapid progress was considered slow. However, these could only increase his cultivation and make his realm advance by leaps and bounds. It could not increase his combat strength by much. In the primordial world, although realm was important, it did not mean that combat strength was not important. Realm determined the upper limit. But combat strength determined life and death. With a high realm but no corresponding combat strength, one usually could not live long in the primordial world. After all, on the path of cultivation, it was inevitable to engage in life and death battles with others. If the realm difference was big, it was fine. One could easily win by suppressing others with realm. However, if the realm difference was not much, then the importance of combat strength would be reflected. Whoever had the higher battle prowess would be able to win or even kill their opponent. Just like back then, as Daoist Jingxian, Donghuang Tai could be the best of his generation and be invincible in the world. It was because his combat strength was unparalleled in the world. In the spiritual battlefield, there was the existence of the demonic god's shadow. Feng Zichen entered and wanted to obtain the Tai chaotic qi. He had to fight with it. Although Feng Zichen was no match for the demonic god's shadow, fighting with it would be of great benefit to him. Every move of the demonic god's shadow was in harmony with the Tao. A casual attack was a great magical power that contained the charm of the great Tao and supreme creation. Feng Zichen's confrontation with them could be used to sharpen his supernatural powers and transform them beyond the scope of the primordial world. Moreover, if he could comprehend some mysteries from the magic of the demonic god's shadow, there would be indescribable benefits. Training in the spiritual battlefield could completely make up for Feng Zichen's lack of actual combat experience. Even if he was no match for the phantom of the demon god, he could only rely on Hongmeng Daozhong to fight it. However, Dharma treasures were also a part of one's strength. Being able to win was a good method. Moreover, Feng Zichen's strength was not constant. As he continued to fight with the demonic god's shadow, he would definitely transform and become stronger. He believed that in the end, Feng Zichen would definitely be able to kill the demon god phantom with his own strength without the help of any magic treasures. The power of the great Tao allowed Feng Zichen to have the invincible power of Daoist Jingxian. The spiritual battlefield could allow Feng Zichen to continue to transform and finally obtain a heart that matched his strength. The two complemented each other. When the two were combined, Feng Zichen could achieve the realm of primordial Daoist Jingxian in the most perfect state. It had to be said that the means left behind by Pangu were really amazing. He could create a primordial Daoist Jingxian at the fastest speed. Just this point. This proved how powerful he was. The primordial Daoist Jingxian, who was at the peak of the primordial world, could be created just like that. It was really amazing. Rumble, in Feng Zichen's body, the power of the great Tao suddenly became restless. A very small part of the power completely integrated into his body and became a part of his power. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen was slightly surprised. Such a situation had never happened before. One had to know that the power brought by the karmic rank, whether it was the power of destiny, the power of heaven and earth, or other forces, were all external forces that were borrowed from heaven and earth. They did not come from his own hard work and did not belong to him at all. In general, this was the power that he only had the right to use, but not ownership. He could use this power to fight against enemies, to assist in cultivation, and to do many things. However, he could not refine it and turn it into his own power. This was the power of heaven and earth, which he had borrowed. If he took it for himself and harmed heaven and earth to enrich himself, wouldn't he be afraid of being punished by heaven? Therefore, even though Feng Zichen's body had all kinds of powers that could quickly increase his strength, he did not dare to refine it. That was exactly what he was afraid of. But now, the power of the great Tao had actively integrated into his body and become a part of his power to increase his strength. This was something that Feng Zichen did not expect. Yes. I see. After deducing in his heart for a while, Feng Zichen gradually understood. The power of the great Tao was originally the power that Pangu had prepared for him. It was the power to help him break through the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. So, this power originally belonged to him. He could refine it without worrying about the punishment of heaven. As for why the power of the Great Tao would take the initiative to separate a part of it and integrate into Feng Zichen's body, it had something to do with killing the demon god's shadow. Although this power of the Great Tao was mainly based on Pangu's power, he only occupied a very small part of it. More of it was the power of the 3,000 demon gods. And this power had an inexplicable connection with the demon god's shadow in the spiritual battlefield. Therefore, when Feng Zichen killed a demon god's shadow, the power of the Great Tao had a reaction. The power that belonged to this demon god's shadow lost its existence. It automatically integrated into Feng Zichen's body. What is this? Passing the game? There's a reward for passing every level? After thinking about it, Feng Zichen felt that this scene was somewhat similar to some of the passing games in the later generations. Every time he killed a demon god's shadow, it was like passing a small level, and he would receive a corresponding reward. After killing all the demon god's shadows, he would be considered to have passed the level and would receive the final reward, Primordial Chaos Tao Fruit. After killing all the demon god's shadows, the power of the Great Tao would be completely controlled by him. At that time, it would be time to break through to the Primordial Chaos Tao realm. This is interesting. No matter what, Feng Zichen had one more reason to kill the demon god's shadow. Whether it was for the promotion of Hongmeng Daozhong or for his own breakthrough, he would definitely kill the demon god's shadow. As for safety, Feng Zichen was not worried about this. The spiritual world where the demon god's shadow was located was a spiritual world, not a real world. The battle there was a spiritual confrontation. Even if he died, he would not suffer much damage and would not affect his body. At most, his mind would be damaged and his spirit would be sluggish for a period of time. Moreover, the spiritual world was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. With 3,000 demon gods gathered together, how could Pangu be at ease? He must have other tricks up his sleeve. Faintly, in the depths of the spiritual battlefield, Feng Zichen felt a familiar and powerful force. That was the power that belonged to Pangu. Even if it wasn't, it had something to do with Pangu. What was hidden in the depths of the spiritual battlefield? Perhaps only after Feng Zichen had killed all the demonic gods' phantoms would he know. After all, in the eyes of an expert like Pangu, only the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian had the qualifications to enter the room. Unlike the primordial world, where Daoist Jingxian could dominate a region. Sigh. Now it seems that the hatred between me and the chaos demon god is getting deeper and deeper. I'm afraid that when they return and find that they can't do anything to Pangu, they will be the first to attack me. Suddenly, Feng Zichen realized something and couldn't help but shiver. Since his debut, he had ruined the plans of the chaos demon god countless times. The world tree in his hand was snatched from the true spirit of the demon god back then. This was one of the means used by the chaos demon god to destroy the primordial world, and he had unintentionally destroyed it. Now, he had ruined the plan of the chaos demon god's resurrection, causing their countless years of efforts to turn into flowing water. No, he had made a wedding dress for Feng Zichen. The Tai Chaos Chi was brought in from the outer realm by the Chaos Demon God for resurrection, but it was swallowed by Hongmeng Daozhong and became the nourishment for his growth. If the Chaos Demon God knew about this, he would explode with anger. Even if Feng Zichen wanted to end it, they probably wouldn't agree. This hatred could not be vented without killing. Revenge, it was getting bigger and bigger. Now, most of the Chaos Demon Gods were still in a state of death and couldn't detect what was happening in the outside world. And those living Chaos Demon Gods were hiding in the depths of the great chaos outside the realm and couldn't detect what was happening in the primordial world. Therefore, Feng Zichen was still safe for the time being. But if those Chaos Demon Gods were resurrected, Feng Zichen's actions would definitely be sensed by them, and he wouldn't be able to hide it. At that time, what awaited him would be despair. Even Pangu couldn't protect the person that the 3,000 demon gods wanted to kill. After all, killing a person was far simpler than protecting a person. If such a day really came, Feng Zichen could only rely on himself. When the Chaos Demon God was resurrected, his strength had to at least reach the point where he could contend with him. Otherwise, it would really be over. No matter how much he schemed, he couldn't defeat the majesty of the Chaos Demon God. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were like clay chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. But how could it be easy to reach the realm of the Chaos Demon God? Until now, Feng Zichen didn't even know what the realm above the primordial chaos was. He only knew that the highest realm known was the Great Tao realm. This was the realm that Pangu was pursuing. As for the few realms between the Great Tao realm and the primordial chaos realm, Feng Zichen didn't know what kind of abilities they had. And these realms that he didn't know were the realms of the Chaos Demon God. The gap was too big. Feng Zichen didn't know if he could reach such a realm. Moreover, who knew when the Chaos Demon God would be resurrected? How much time was left for him? So, how could he not be afraid? F***CK. How did I become a mortal enemy with the Chaos Demon God for no reason? Thinking of the situation he would face in the future, Feng Zichen shuddered. Chapter 421. That was an indescribable horror. No. Absolutely not. The demon god of chaos must not be resurrected. At the very least, before I have the strength to protect myself, they must not be resurrected. As his thoughts raced, Feng Zichen made a decision in his heart. Since things could not be done, he would think of ways to prevent the resurrection of the demon god of chaos and buy himself time to cultivate. Anyway, he had already offended him, and there was no room for redemption, so it was not a big deal. Humph. Demon god of chaos, don't blame me. I was forced to do it too. If you want to blame someone, blame Pangu. If he hadn't killed all of you, there wouldn't have been so many things after that. After snorting twice, Feng Zichen seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to some kind of existence in the unseen world. Sigh. Killed by the joint forces of 3,000 demon gods. In this world, other than Pangu, there is only me. According to this is still an honor. Even if I die, it's enough to be recorded in the annals of history for the world to admire. If I don't die, it'll be even more amazing. That's an achievement comparable to Pangu's, enough for all living beings to worship. After all, Feng Zichen had experienced a lot of reincarnation. His mentality was already different. He quickly adjusted himself, suppressed the shock in his heart, and resumed his tranquil state of mind. He even found joy in bitterness. Haha. In this case, even if I die, it's worth it. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen seemed to have figured something out and suddenly laughed. Men in this world, don't they just want to be vigorous and famous? If they were born with grievances, in that case, he might as well die. Kill. With his emotions surging, Feng Zichen seemed to have understood something. He raised the Zichen sword in his hand and directly swung it forward. This sword contained Feng Zichen's determination to be ordinary, his confidence to achieve great things, and his belief that he would not fall behind others. With this sword, he strengthened his Taoist heart. They believed that they were invincible and could do what ordinary people couldn't. This was an invincible sword. Whether it was true or not was not important. At least, that was what Feng Zichen thought. However, the power of this sword was indeed extremely strong. Although it was an exaggeration to say that he was invincible in the primordial world, it was not an exaggeration to say that Daoist Jingxian was invincible. This was because when Feng Zichen swung his sword, he could not help but use the power of the great path in his body. Feng Zichen's strength was not enough to make Daoist Jingxian invincible, but the power of the great Tao could. This was the first time that the power of the Great Way appeared in the untainted land. It was released without reservation, showing the majesty of the great Taoist priests to all living beings in the untainted land and the great mediums. The great Taoist priests' first show in the primordial world naturally had to amaze the world. Therefore, the power of this sword was extremely strong. Rumble. Immediately, a resplendent sword light swept out like a sea of stars exploding. It wiped out the void in front of it, causing the myriad Dao to cease to exist. That's right, what no longer existed. The void, the Khanate Dao, and the rules of heaven and earth no longer existed. Everything was wiped out by this sword and completely returned to the state of nothingness. Hiss, the power of this sword is so strong. Is this the great Taoist priests? It's indeed extraordinary. If this sword isn't his strongest divine ability. Perhaps Daoist Jinxian's invincibility isn't a lie. The great mediums, who had been paying attention to Feng Zichen's movements, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. The power of this sword was too strong. If they didn't use magic treasures, they might not be able to block it. Even the saints' eyelids couldn't help but twitch when they saw this sword. The power of this sword was enough to pose a threat to them. Although the threat wasn't great, it also showed Feng Zichen's extraordinariness. Everyone knew that the great Taoist priests was strong. After all, no matter what, that was the title of Pangu. However, they didn't expect him to be so strong. Previously, the great mediums had doubts about the strength of the great Taoist priests and thought that the legends were exaggerated. At this moment, they had no choice but to take it seriously again and have a new understanding of the strength of the great Taoist priests. The legends might not be exaggerated. That was the truth. The legend of the great Taoist priests, Daoist Jinxian's invincibility came from the distant primordial era. In that era, most of the current great mediums hadn't been born yet. Naturally, they had doubts about the authenticity of the legend. More importantly, although the primordial era was ancient. However, as everyone knew, the strength of the primordial era and even the ancient times was far inferior to the strength of the current era. How could the Daoist Jinxian of the primordial era be compared to the sage-to-be of the current era? Therefore, some great mediums thought that the so-called great Taoist priests, Daoist Jinxian, was just a short person growing taller. Even if he was strong, there was a limit to his strength. It was also because of this that the great mediums didn't pay too much attention to the strength of the great Taoist priests. Instead, they focused on the effect of definitely becoming a primordial chaos. Now, Feng Zichen's sword had attracted their attention and attracted their attention. They had to pay attention. It was fine if they didn't know that he was so strong. But knowing that he was so strong, who dared not to take it to heart? After all, he was an expert second only to a saint. His appearance was enough to affect the current situation of the primordial world and bring about great turmoil to the world. After swinging his sword, Feng Zichen's mood couldn't help but be a little better. But immediately, he realized that there were many more gazes on his body, and his mood immediately sank. No one would be happy to be stared at, let alone Feng Zichen, who was already in a bad mood. However, he didn't chase these gazes away. Instead, he raised the Zichen sword in his hand and continued to practice his supernatural powers. He had just become the great Taoist priests and hadn't completely familiarized himself with the power of the great path in his body. He could take advantage of this time to familiarize himself with it. Didn't those great mediums want to see it? Then let them take a good look. It was just right to attract all their attention and make them unable to do anything else, so that it would be convenient for him to start another plan. Set up the Yin court. The attention of the great mediums of the primordial world was all focused on him, the great Taoist priests. Wasn't it a good time to set up the Yin court? The great mediums took the initiative to give him this opportunity. Feng Zichen couldn't let their good intentions down. He would definitely make good use of it and strive to maximize the effect. Otherwise, how could he face them? What? Set up the Yin court? Beside the 6 paths of reincarnation, Hudu asked in surprise. That's right. It's the Yin court. The heaven realm has the heavenly court ruling the world, and the netherworld realm should have the Yin court. Only then will it conform to the principle of balance between Yin and Yang and be beneficial to the primordial world. As if hearing Huda's confusion, Fengdu's incarnation explained in a deep voice. The world valued balance the most. If there was heaven, there would be earth. If there was Yin, there would be Yang. If there was life, there would be death. If there were men, there would be women. Then, if there was a heavenly court, there would naturally be a yin court. Otherwise, yin and yang would not grow alone. There was only one heavenly court in the primordial world, and there was no yin court that opposed it. Then, it would cause an imbalance between yin and yang. This was a disaster and not a blessing for the primordial world. Fellow Daoist, you're right. But this yin court is not a small matter. It's not something that Hudu can decide alone. I have to discuss it with my brothers and sisters. Only then can I make a decision. After hearing Fengdu's words, Hudu deduced for a moment and understood the meaning of the yin court's appearance. However, establishing the yin court required the power of the magi. This was not something that she could decide alone. She had to get the consent of the other ancestral magi. Of course. The netherworld was originally prepared by Father for the magi. The establishment of the yin court can't be helped by the brothers of the magi. This matter naturally requires their participation. Nodding his head, Fengdu was indifferent. The yin court was originally prepared for the magi. Otherwise, how could he and Hudu establish the yin court? It would just be a joke. After thinking for a while, Fengdu continued, worried that Hudu would not take this matter seriously. Establishing the yin court is not only beneficial to the primordial world, but also to the magi. The reason why the demons can compete with the magi is because of the heavenly court. If the magi establish the yin court, they can compete with the heavenly court for the destiny of the world and achieve the goal of weakening the strength of the demons. At that time, the enemy will be weak and we will be strong. Victory will be in our hands. Besides, at this point, Fengdu carefully glanced at Hudu and stopped talking. He silently organized his words in his heart and thought about how to say the next words without provoking Hudu. What he had said previously was nonsense. He had chosen some pleasant words to foreshadow what he was going to say next. That was because what he was going to say next was the real reason. It was just that it was a little unpleasant. Moreover, fellow Daoist, you have transformed into reincarnation, causing the strength of the magi to be greatly reduced. It will be difficult for the 12 divine fiends array to form. As a result, the magi have lost their greatest trump card. Facing the demons, they no longer have an absolute advantage. They might even be at a disadvantage. If we don't establish the yin court to increase the strength of the magi and fight against the demons, then, the future of the magi is worrying. After thinking for a while, Fengdu decided to tell the truth. That was because he could not find the right words. It was Huda's fault to begin with. As expected, after hearing Fengdu's words, an unnatural look flashed across Huda's face. Although it was fleeting, it was still noticed by Fengdu, who had been observing her. However, Huda did not flare up. Instead, she informed the other ancestral magi as if nothing had happened and asked them to come here for a chat. Huda also understood that she was in the wrong. After transforming into reincarnation, Huda had not let down the primordial world that gave birth to her. She had also let down all living beings. However, she had let down the magi who respected and loved her. His departure directly destroyed the great situation of the sorcerer tribe. She had even pushed them into danger. From the strong magi and the weak demons to the strong magi and the weak demons. It was so fast and so unexpected. Moreover, this was not caused by the strength of the demons. It was caused by the destruction of the Magi's foundation and the great reduction in strength. A few years ago, the Magi had made one big move after another. They were about to completely destroy the demons and unify the primordial world. Chapter 422. But unexpectedly, the situation changed, and Hudu could not restore the witch. The situation was completely reversed, which shocked many people. Things were really unpredictable. Hudu's reincarnation had a huge impact on the wizard tribe. Not to mention that the 12 divine beings killing formation could not be formed because of this, the 12 ancestors of sorcery had practiced many kinds of supreme magic to deal with the demon tribe. But Huda's departure directly destroyed these magic, making the efforts of the ancestors of sorcery in vain. It was too late to find a replacement. The 12 ancestors of sorcery had the same origin, so they could have the same mind. They could combine to perform magic because of this characteristic. If they found another person to replace Hudu, how could this person be connected with the other ancestors of sorcery like Hudu? They might be able to cooperate with each other by practicing, but how long would it take? The great war of sorcery and demon tribe would break out at any time. How could they have so much time to practice their magic? Huda's reincarnation had reduced the strength of the wizard tribe by at least half. The loss was not small. Even so, the sorcerer tribe's attitude towards Hudu was still the same as before. There was no change at all. It had to be said that the ancestors of sorcery were very affectionate. Set up the Yin court? That's a good idea. But, hearing about the Yin court, Jianghu was puzzled at first, but then he realized that setting up the Yin court could bring a lot of benefits to the wizard tribe. Unfortunately, after thinking about it for a while, he found something wrong with this matter. He could not help but hesitate in his heart. Big brother, what's the problem? Please speak your mind. Seeing Jianghu's hesitation, Huda thought that he had some concerns, so she asked directly. The 12 ancestors of sorcery were very close to each other. There was not so much intrigue between them, so they could speak frankly. Sister. Although your method is good, you need masters to set up the Yin court. But the masters of the wizard tribe still need to guard the untainted land against the demon tribe. I'm afraid the wizard tribe can't spare too many masters to guard the Yin court. After hesitating for a moment, Jianghu said. Of course, he knew the benefits of setting up the Yin court, but it was impossible to give up the untainted land for the Yin court. It was not easy for the sorcerer tribe to drive the demon tribe from the untainted land to the 9 heavens. How could they give up the untainted land for a mere Yin court? The untainted land was the foundation of the sorcerer tribe. Compared to it, the netherworld was really nothing. Yes. I didn't think this through. He thought for a while. Hudu also felt that Jianghu's words made sense. If the Yin court was established, the sorcerer tribe would have to send some of their experts to guard the nether realm to prevent any unexpected changes. However, although the magi were strong, they relied on quality to win. They did not have as many experts as the demon clan. Therefore, if a portion of the people were to go to the Yin court, they would definitely have no time to care about the primordial world. The demon race would definitely not let go of this opportunity. They would definitely counterattack the untainted land. At that time, the sorcerer tribe would be in a passive position. In the end, it was because there were too few sorcerer tribe members. The Wu tribe was already struggling to manage the untainted land. With the addition of the Yin court, they would definitely not have enough manpower. If the base was too big, it would be easy to focus on the head and not the tail. In the end, it was likely that the gains would not make up for the losses. Jianghu understood this very well. It was best to keep what was in front of him. Therefore, although Jianghu agreed with the establishment of the Yin court, considering the current situation of the sorcerer tribe, it was very difficult for him to agree. Haha. I was wondering what it was about. So it's about this. Brother Jianghu, don't worry. This matter is easy. At the side, after hearing Jianghu's words, Fengdu suddenly laughed out loud. In his words, he did not take Jianghu's worries seriously at all. Who is this fellow Daoist? Seeing Fengdu suddenly speak, Jianghu said with some displeasure. At the same time, the other ancestral sorcerers also glared at Fengdu angrily. If it weren't for the fact that he was Hudu's friend, they would have already made a move and taught this kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a good lesson. It was about the sorcerer tribe. When did they need an outsider to speak? For a moment, Fengdu choked. He had forgotten that he had not told the person in front of him his identity. The pride of the ancestral sorcerer. It was famous in the primordial world. Even Dao ancestor Hung Jun was not taken seriously by them. An outsider like him had rashly interfered in the affairs of the sorcerer tribe. They did not directly attack him because of hoodoo. Otherwise, Fengdu would have been beaten out by them long ago. Forget it. Should I tell him? After thinking for a moment, Fengdu decided to reveal his identity to Dijiang. The identity of a sorcerer could save him a lot of trouble. It would also be of great help to the establishment of the Yin court. Otherwise, with the identity of Fengdu, it would be difficult to gain the trust of the sorcerer tribe. Brother Dijiang. Do you still remember me? As he spoke, Fengdu secretly activated the aura of Pangu's token and transmitted it to Dijiang. He also blocked the other ancestral sorcerers from prying and did not let them notice. In the Nether Realm, Fengdu was an expert at the great perfection of the quasi-saint realm. He was not weaker than the ancestral sorcerers. He could still block their perception. This is, sensing the familiar aura, Dijiang's expression suddenly changed. He pointed at Fengdu and said in shock, "It's you." So it's you. After the shock, Dijiang seemed to have understood something and muttered, "Yes, I should have thought of it. Who else could it be other than you?" "That's right, it's me." Seeing that Dijiang had calmed down, Fengdu replied with a smile. "What do you mean you're mine? Who exactly are you?" The question and answer of the two of them confused the other ancestral sorcerers who did not know the truth. At that moment, the most hot-tempered Zhurong directly asked Fengdu casually. It was as if he would beat him up if he did not say anything. "Sai, sixth brother, don't mess around. This fellow Daoist is my best friend. Be polite." Without waiting for Fengdu to speak, Dijiang stopped Zhurong, who wanted to cause trouble, and took the initiative to cover for him. As the patriarch of the sorcerer tribe, Dijiang was naturally not a stupid person. Seeing that Fengdu only revealed his identity to him, he knew that he did not want to reveal his identity. As for the reason, it seemed that he had his own plan. Although he did not know what his purpose was, Feng Zichen was a sorcerer of the sorcerer tribe after all. He would prosper and suffer together with the sorcerer tribe. He would not harm them. Therefore, Dijiang did not reveal his identity, so as not to ruin his plan. "Friend? Big brother, don't joke. If he is really your friend, then why don't I know him?" Zhurong touched his head and asked with some confusion. It was not Zhurong's fault for asking this. The 12 ancestral sorcerers knew each other very well. If he was really Dijiang's friend, the other ancestral sorcerers would definitely know him. Chapter 423. What do you know? This is a good friend I made in my early years. We are true friends of life and death. When I met him, you weren't born yet. How could you know of his existence? I thought that he had long retreated from the world. I didn't expect him to come out again. As he spoke, Dijiang made a sorrowful expression, as if this matter was true. I see. Hearing Dijiang's words, Zhurong really believed it. Because, Dijiang was the first ancestral wizard to be born. Before the other ancestral wizards were born, he was already born and went out to travel in ancient times. This was an experience that the other ancestral wizards did not have. Moreover, Zhurong did not think that Dijiang would lie to him. After listening to Dijiang's explanation, the other ancestral wizards also nodded and smiled kindly at Fengdu. Since he was Dijiang's friend, he was their friend. On the other hand, the Candle Dragon, the sage of the wizard race, had a strange light in his eyes. Obviously, he had guessed Feng Zichen's identity. However, just like Dijiang, he did not expose Fengdu's identity. Instead, he continued to play dumb. Fellow Daoist, you said that it's very simple for the wizard race to establish the Yin court. What do you mean? Without giving the other ancestral wizards a chance to speak, Dijiang asked Fengdu directly. Fellow Daoist, you forgot. The Netherworld has the Lady of Earth guarding it. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Therefore, establishing the Yin court doesn't require the wizard race to send out many experts. What we need is to send some people over to maintain the normal operation of the Yin court. By the way, arrange a few great experts to support the Yin court. Feng Du smiled and replied. With the Lady of Earth, even if a saint came, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in the netherworld. It could be said that after the Yin court was established, it would be extremely stable. However, the establishment of the Yin court would definitely require a large number of people and some experts to maintain the facade. Therefore, Feng Du had set his sights on the sorcerer tribe. That makes sense. Nodding, Jianghu said, then let's establish the Yin court. Reincarnation was established by the Lady of Earth. The experts guarding the netherworld should be selected by the Lady of Earth tribe. As for the clansmen who maintain the Yin court, the 12 tribes will each provide a portion. Is that okay? With a plan in his heart, Jianghu directly arranged it. Very good. Jianghu's words were in line with everyone's thoughts. How could they disagree? No matter how good the netherworld was, it was not as good as the primordial world. Moreover, the netherworld was not good for him. There were probably not many Magus experts who were willing to stay in the lifeless nether realm. In addition, ancestral shaman was not willing to let his experts leave the tribe and go to the nether realm. Although the relationship between the shamans was good, there was still competition. Otherwise, why would there be 12 tribes? With one less master, the strength of the tribe would be weakened. Who would be willing to do that? What about the master of the Yin court? As the master of samsara, Goddess Ho too has to guard the 6 paths of reincarnation. She has no time to deal with the Yin court. Therefore, we still need to choose a ruler of the umbral court. Fellow Daoists, who is willing to take up this position? Feng Du couldn't help but ask after seeing Jianghu talking for a long time without getting to the point. Yin court. Most importantly, he was the master of the Yin court. That was an existence that could rule over the nether realm and bear the destiny of heaven and earth. Me? No. There are still a lot of things that we need to deal with in the primordial world. We don't have time to manage the Yin court. Upon hearing Feng Du's suggestion to let them be the masters of the Yin court, the ancestral shamans waved their hands and refused. The primordial world was vast and boundless. It was impossible to measure it with reason. Even the heaven realm and the nether realm together were not as vast as the primordial world. Therefore, every ancestral shaman ruled a vast territory that was even larger than the nether realm. They had no time to manage the Yin court. Fellow Daoist, you have nothing to do anyway. In my opinion, you should be the master of the Yin court. Suddenly, Jianghu suggested. As a shaman, Feng Zichen was suitable for this position. It's not impossible. He thought that even if the ancestral shaman didn't want to be the master, he would let the first-generation great shaman do it. However, Feng Zichen didn't expect that Jianghu would recommend him. Of course, he couldn't refuse. How could he refuse the benefits that were delivered to his door? Although Feng Zichen's original plan was to let the shaman clan experience a calamity for the future generations. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. It wasn't impossible to dominate the Yin court in advance. That's good. I'll do as you say. Now that the attention of all living beings in the primordial world is attracted by the birth of the great Taoist priests, it's a good time to set up the Yin court. There's no time to lose. We should hurry up and pray to Father God and set up the Yin court. Feng Zichen wasn't a wishy-washy person. After making a decision in his heart, he immediately began to act. Fellow Daoist, you're so impatient. Then let's do as you say. We'll set up an altar and worship Father God. Jianghu waved his hand and took out the altar used by the shaman clan to worship Pangu from the Panga Hall. He planned to worship Panga here. On the side, the other ancestral shamans who wanted to say something couldn't say anything when they saw this. At this moment, stopping Feng Zichen from becoming the master of the Yin court would be a slap to Jianghu's face. Father God above. Today, the nether realm has appeared. As the home of the dead, it will fill the primordial world. However, the nether realm has just appeared. It is extremely chaotic and the rules are incomplete. Therefore, the shaman clan wants to set up the Yin court in the nether realm to govern the death realm and set the rules to manage the dead in the world. Please enlighten us, Father God. In front of the altar, Jianghu first bowed and then swore loudly. Instantly, the primordial world shook. A vast divine light appeared out of thin air and shone in the center of the nether realm. It was like a heavenly pillar that pierced through the three realms of heaven, earth, and man and went straight into the chaos outside the heavens. That light was too dazzling. It was even more dazzling than the sun. Even across the endless world, it could be seen. In an instant, it attracted the attention of the great magicians from the great Daoist priests to the nether realm. Yin court? What's that? Is it a force similar to the heavenly court? Yin court was an extremely unfamiliar word. However, because the heavenly court was in front of them, everyone more or less guessed what he meant. Whoosh! There was a good show to watch. The shaman clan was going to fight to the death with the demon clan. Even the foundation of the demon clan was going to be dug out. Thinking of the impact of the Yin court's appearance on the demon clan, the great magicians of the primordial world immediately perked up. They looked in the direction of the heavenly court with expressions of watching a good show. They wanted to know how the Majesty would react in the face of the sudden actions of the shaman clan. Exciting. It was really too exciting. The situation of the shaman clan was really changing day by day. Just as the shaman clan was about to suppress the demon clan, the shaman clan suddenly destroyed their foundation, causing their strength to plummet. However, before the demon clan could start to become strong, the situation was changing. The shaman clan set up the Yin court and wanted to break the foundation of the demon clan. Chapter 424. This time, it was the demon's turn to be candles. In the Lingxiao Hall, Jun's expression changed with a whoosh. It became extremely gloomy and ugly. Boundless flames of fury surged around his body, shattering the void and distorting the laws of nature. Bang! The Magi deserve to die. Jun roared angrily as he smashed the glass cup in his hand. Instantly, a terrifying aura filled the air, suppressing the Yao gods below to the point of suffocation. Powerful. Incomparably powerful. Compared to the previous great Magi Demon War, Jun had become even stronger. Just the aura he emitted was enough to make Daoist Jingxian unable to resist. Moreover, these people were not the weaklings among Daoist Jingxian. From this, it could be seen that Jun's strength was not far from that of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. However, even though he was so powerful, he was incomparably furious at this moment. That anger was not only directed at the Magi, but also at himself. Jun hated it. He hated the Magi for stopping him from achieving the Tao. He hated the Magi for establishing the Yin court and sharing the destiny of the heavenly court. Just now, the Yin court was established. In an instant, a quarter of the huge destiny that originally belonged to the heavenly court disappeared and flowed into the Yin court. How could Jun not hate this? Ever since the establishment of the demon race, they had experienced countless hardships and countless battles. However, they had never suffered such a great loss like today. A quarter of one's providence was a price that was enough to make the demons suffer. Even when they were almost exterminated by the Magi last time, the demon race did not suffer such a great loss. The pain of having their bones dug out was greater than this. Of course. Jun hated himself even more. He hated himself for being useless and unable to do anything to the Magi. If he could be invincible in the primordial world, why would he be afraid of the Magi? Why would he be afraid of the 12 ancestral Magi? It was because he was not strong enough. Shame. A great shame. When the demon race was at its weakest, we had never been so severely injured. However, just when the demon race was at its peak, our demon race suffered such a heavy blow that our foundation was almost shaken. This, after Jun, Tai roared, unable to suppress his anger. Her tone was filled with humiliation and bone-deep hatred. A vast and boundless aura emanated from his body. It was even more profound and powerful than Di Jun's. It distorted everything and interfered with the operation of the Great Path. Bang! The aura was too powerful, too majestic. Several Yao gods who had just become Daoist Jingxian were completely unable to withstand it and were crushed to the ground. This was the Eastern Emperor Tai, the god closest to primordial Daoist Jingxian. He was also the only god who could rival the saints. His strength was well known in the primordial world. Done. Let's think about what to do first. The situation is not clear yet. It's not a good time to start a war with the shaman tribe. At this moment, Fuxi said. As his voice fell, a gust of spring wind seemed to blow in the Lingshao Hall. It was extremely warm and carried a thick sense of hope, calming Dijiang Tai's anger. At the same time, it also eliminated the two grand auras in the hall. The Yao gods in the hall could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Fuxi, the founder of the heavenly court, one of the three emperors of the demon race, the top great divine ability of the primordial world, and also the top sage of the primordial world. Although under the glory of Di Jun and Tai, his figure could not help but be a little dim, so his name was not well known in the primordial world. However, this did not mean that he was not powerful. On the contrary, Fuxi was very powerful. Even if he was not as powerful as Di Jun and Tai, he was not far behind. In terms of victory or defeat, he might not be a match. If they really fought to the death, the outcome would be hard to say. After all, Fuxi had almost become a saint back then. Looking into the past, Daoist Hong Jun had attained the Tao and was going to preach the Great Path in the Purple Cloud Palace. For a time, all the Daoist Jingxian in the primordial world set off and headed to the chaos outside the heavens to search for the Purple Cloud Palace and try their luck. Among them, the three pure ones were the first to arrive, followed by Fuxi and Nuwa. At that time, Fuxi could tell that the 6 seats were extraordinary and seemed to contain a great opportunity. With his ability, he could have occupied a seat. However, he refused and gave this great opportunity to his only sister. Fuxi's strength was beyond imagination. The Khanate 8 trigrams was what he could show. The Zhouxing array was his achievement. Di Jun and Tai could hide his light. It was not that he was not strong, but that he did not fight. The demon race. It was enough for them to shine and heat. The Fuxi should be hidden under their light. In the hall, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive and unsettling. However, Fuxi's words were like a spring breeze, silently dissolving Di Jun and Tai's aura. Just this move showed that Fuxi was extraordinary. His cultivation level was at least half a step into the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. In fact, Fuxi was also very angry that the demon race had lost a quarter of their luck. However, the demon gods present were already in a weakened state. If he were to get angry again, some of the demon gods would probably make a fool of themselves on the spot. If that was the case, it would be a little ugly. Moreover, the 3 demon emperors were angry at the same time. It was inevitable that they would lose their demeanor. Therefore, Fuxi suppressed the anger in his heart and tried to persuade him with an amiable expression. Humph. What else can we do? With Huda here, even if we attack together, we can't do anything to the Yin court. We can only accept this loss. With a cold snort, Kuan Peng said sullenly. The Yin court stood in the netherworld, which meant that it was destined to be unshakable. Because no one could defeat Hudu in the netherworld. Sigh, in my opinion, your majesties, you don't have to worry. To establish the Yin court, we must set rules and coordinate everything to operate the primordial world. However, the wizard race has developed limbs and simple minds. They are simply a group of boorish men. It's no problem for them to fight, but if they are allowed to rule the world, there will definitely be chaos. We demons don't have to interfere in the Yin court at all. We can sit and watch the wizard race do what they want. I believe that it won't be long before the netherworld becomes chaotic under the rule of the wizard race. In the end, the netherworld will even riot because of this, causing the dead to be uneasy and disturbing the order of the primordial world. At that time, the Een Court will no longer be the protection of the wizard race, but their death warrant. Under the backlash of heaven and earth, even saints can't treat it lightly, let alone the wizard race. In this way, the wizard race will collapse on its own. The wizard race is just a group of boorish men. They dare to establish the Een Court without comprehending the heavenly Tao. They are really courting death. Seeing that the three emperors had calmed down, Baizé walked forward and began to analyze the pros and cons of the wizard race establishing the Een Court in front of everyone. From what he said, the wizard race establishing the Een Court was not only useless, but also self-destructive. It sounded like a joke. However, everyone thought about it carefully and felt that what Baizé said made sense. Therefore, they all agreed. Chapter 425. Fellow Daoist, Baizé's words make sense. The Magi are tyrannical. They don't know the heavens, nor do they respect the earth. They are all disliked by the heavenly Tao. Isn't the establishment of the heavenly courts taking the initiative to hand the heavenly Tao a knife? If it's not a path to death, what is it? The heavenly Tao was the true ruler of the primordial world. The sentence that the heavenly Tao did not like had already doomed the Magi's tragic fate. However, the Magi did not know. Perhaps they knew, but they did not care. Anyway, they did not take the heavenly Tao seriously. As for the demons, they were able to survive until now under the attacks of the Magi because they knew that the Magi were disliked by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the demons firmly believed that as long as they could persevere, the Magi would sooner or later be punished by the heavens and destroyed by the heavenly Tao. In the early days, the difference in strength between the liches and the demons was too great. The demons were no match for the Magi at all. They relied on this belief as their motivation to persevere. Otherwise, the demons would have long been destroyed by the Magi. After Baizé finished speaking, everyone present had different reactions. However, at the top, there were the three emperors and one master of the demon race. These were the absolute experts of the demon race, the top great mystical abilities of the primordial world. His heart skipped a beat. He knew that the battle between the liches and the demons had reached an irreversible stage. Especially when he saw the expressions of approval on the faces of the demon gods present. There was no noise at all. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Baizé's words seemed to make sense, but they could not withstand scrutiny. If the Magi were all boorish, how could they fight with the demons until today? Moreover, the demons could not even defeat a group of boorish people. Didn't that mean that the demons were all trash? The Magi. They just looked simple and honest. If anyone really treated them as fools, they would really be fools. But now, what was the situation? Baizé looked like he did not take the Magi seriously at all. The demon gods present were the same. It was as if they were not the ones who were chased and beaten by the Magi back then. Damn it, if the Magi were really so easy to deal with, why did the demons hide in the heaven realm and not live in the primordial world? This was not the future. The heaven realm was the world that everyone yearned for. It was the residence of the immortals. At this moment, the heaven realm was far inferior to the primordial world. No, it should be said that all the worlds were inferior to the desolate wilderness. That was the foundation of the primordial world, the origin of everything. It was the richest place in the primordial world. At this moment, the Yao gods were clearly showing signs of tribulation aura entering their bodies. Only in this way would they lose their minds and their previous calmness. They would think that the Magi were vulnerable and would have thoughts of lawlessness. Everyone present was Daoist Jinxian. This was especially true for the 10 great demon gods led by Baizé. They were the best of the Daoist Jinxian and were about to become quasi-saints. However, it was still unknown whether or not the tribulation aura had entered such an expert's body. The tribulation aura was terrifying. From this, one could see the general situation. Of course, even so, it was still not enough to surprise Di Jun, Tai, Fushi, and Kunpeng. How strong were they? They had experienced all kinds of storms and waves. Just the tribulation aura entering their bodies was not enough to move them. What really moved them was that the tribulation aura was so vast that it almost covered the entire heaven realm. This was the sign of the impending cataclysm. At the same time, it was also a sign that heaven and earth could not tolerate. The conflict between the two magi had reached the point where even the heavenly Tao could not stand it anymore. It had specially sent down the cataclysm to force the two races to fight. At this time, even if the demon race did not want to fight, they had no choice. Under normal circumstances, these Yao gods respected Di Jun and the others and obeyed their orders. However, with the tribulation aura entering their bodies, Di Jiang and the others' restraint on these demon gods was not as good as before. They might not listen to the orders of Di Jun and the others. Your Majesty, the Yin court has just been established. It will definitely be chaotic and unstable. Our demon race should send people to sneak in and lie low to wait for the future. Seeing that Di Jun and the others did not speak, Bai Zhe thought that his analysis had been agreed by them and hurriedly continued to suggest a plan. After saying that, Bai Zhe had a smug look on his face. He was proud that he could come up with such a plan. However, he did not see the look of pity in the eyes of the four people at the head of the table. Looking at Bai Zhe's current appearance, he no longer looked like a wise man of the demon race. He was completely bewitched by the tribulation aura and had lost his previous wisdom. Yes. I already know about this. You may leave first. I will consider it in my heart. Seeing the current appearance of the demon gods, Di Jun's anger disappeared. He only felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He waved his hand and dismissed the demon gods. How could a man fight against the heavens? If this was the will of the heavens, what could he do? Yes. When the demon gods heard this, they bowed and were about to leave the Lingshao hall. At this moment, they heard Tai Yi say, Bai Zhe, Ying Zhao, Fei Lian, Shang Yang, Qin Yuan, Jiu Ying, Gui Che, Ci Tai, Fei Dan, Ji Meng, the 10 of you stay. I have something to tell you. The 10 demons that Tai Yi had named were the 10 famous demon gods in the future. They were also the strongest among the thousands of Daoist Jingxian of the demon race. Sigh. After all, Tai Yi cherished talent. He could not bear to see them be completely bewitched by the tribulation aura and create a tribulation, turning their cultivation into flowing water. Therefore, he planned to lend them a hand. Your Majesty Dong Huang, what orders do you have for us to stay? After all the demon gods had left, Bai Zhe asked respectfully. Tai Yi looked at the 10 demons quietly and did not reply. Instead, he took out the Dong Huang bell and gently rang it. Clang. The simple and heavy sound of the bell rang. It was like the roar of the great path, and the sound of the great path lingered. It was also like the singing of the gods, expounding the great path. It echoed in the Lingshao hall and in the hearts of everyone. When the bell entered their ears, it was like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of the 10 demon gods. It caused them to shiver and their minds to go blank. Wah! Suddenly, the 10 demon gods came to their senses and spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. Their faces were extremely pale, and it was obvious that they were injured. However, their eyes were incomparably clear, and they were no longer as confused as before. In just 1 second, Tai Yi had eliminated the tribulation aura on their bodies. It could be said that his divine might was boundless. Thank you, Your Majesty Dong Huang. At this moment, the 10 demon gods also realized what had happened. They thanked Dong Huang with cold sweat on their faces. Being caught in a calamity without knowing it was a sign of death. If Tai Yi had not intervened, their fate would have been worrying. It's fine. I only eliminated the tribulation aura for you, but I did not eliminate your tribulation. This tribulation is too big. The entire demon clan is in it. Therefore, there is nothing I can do. From now on, you must be careful. If the tribulation aura enters your bodies again, I will not be able to save you. Tai Yi waved his hand, indicating that they did not need to worry. This time, Tai Yi could help them get rid of the tribulation aura, but next time, he would not. Moreover, Tai Yi was also deeply involved in this tribulation. If they wanted to transcend the tribulation, they still had to rely on themselves. Who could protect others for a lifetime? Chapter 426. Yes, we understand. Nodding, the 10 demons thanked him with a big bow. Okay. If there's nothing else, you can leave and heal your injuries. Tai Yi waved his hand and said. Yes. The 10 demons left as they were told. Sigh. Looking at the backs of the 10 demons, Fushi suddenly sighed. His realm was far beyond what the 10 demons could compare to. Naturally, he could see things that the 10 demons could not see. In his eyes, the 10 demons were all enveloped by black air currents. That was the tribulation aura, which could enchant the mind. With the help of Tai Yi, although the 10 demons had removed the tribulation aura in their bodies, they still had not passed their tribulation. Therefore, in the void, there was still an endless stream of tribulation aura surging towards them. They were waiting for them to lose their minds and continue to pollute their minds. Although Tai Yi was strong, he could only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. It was because of this that Fushi sighed. Second brother, why do you have to do this? Everyone has their own fate. Why do you have to interfere? To change their fate, you have to bear the corresponding karma. It's not good for your cultivation. In the Lingxiao Hall, Di Jun said to Tai Yi helplessly. Tai Yi had removed the tribulation aura of Bai Zhe and the others, which was equivalent to changing their fate. He had to bear some karma for it. If it were any other time, some karma would be nothing to Tai Yi. But now, he was about to break through. It was the time to end all karma and pursue the fusion of primordial energy. Rashly interfering with their fate would definitely cause an unknown impact on his breakthrough. Moreover, Tai Yi was also involved in this tribulation. Helping the 10 demons meant bearing a part of their tribulation. This way, it would increase his tribulation and cause unexpected danger. Therefore, in Di Jun's opinion, Tai Yi's action was extremely inappropriate. With their strength, it was impossible to remove the tribulation aura of the entire demon race. However, it was still possible to remove the tribulation aura of some demon gods. However, they did not do so. Instead, they allowed the demon gods to fall into the tribulation because they were worried about this. They were the protagonists of the tribulation and were in danger. If they helped others transcend the tribulation, their chances of survival would be slim. Big brother, they are all outstanding figures among the demon gods, half-step quasi-saints. With my help, you can take that crucial step and become a quasi-sage. Then, in the battle with the sorcerer tribe in the future, the demon race will have a much higher chance of winning. Tai Yi had his own plans for this matter. These 10 demons were infinitely close to the sage-to-be realm. However, they lacked some opportunities, which caused them to be unable to break through. Today, with his help, his emotions were in turmoil. If he could calm his heart and comprehend, he would definitely gain something. He might even be able to take that crucial step. Even if only one of the 10 demons broke through to the sage-to-be realm, the changes it brought to the demon race would be unimaginable. Although they were both in the realm of Daoist Jingxian, the gap between Daoist Jingxian and sage-to-be was like heaven and earth. If the demon race had 12 demi-saints, why would they need to fear the witch race? You're right. With the arrival of the cataclysm, everything will change. Things that were impossible in the past might become possible. No one can tell what his fate is. Di Jun's eyes flashed as he said with melancholy. Cataclysm. Read as a cataclysm. However, it was not necessarily a cataclysm. If one could not overcome it, then it would be a cataclysm. If one could overcome it, then it would be a great opportunity. Did you not know that only during the cataclysm would experts emerge one after another? At that time, the qi of heaven and earth would arrive like bees, and the great Tao laws would be unusually active. Countless experts would rise in the chaos and achieve great achievements that were unimaginable. When the cataclysm broke out, it would be the era of great competition. Countless geniuses would emerge and compete for supremacy. This was a dazzling era. Although there would be countless experts falling, there would also be countless new people rising up. Whether they would continue to be glorious or turn into ashes would depend on their individual opportunities and whether they could seize that great opportunity. Brother Tai, you're right. Those 10 demons are indeed extraordinary. If they were born earlier, they might be able to compete with us. Beside him, Fushi also said. The Bei's 10 demons were indeed talented, but they were born too late and did not make it in time for the Tao ancestors' preaching. As a result, they were still hesitating in the Daoist Jingxian and had not become demi-saints. Otherwise, there would be a few more great divines in the wilderness. Bei's was a connate god-fiend born from the Tao of wisdom. He was known as the wisest of the demon race. Of course, this title might be a little exaggerated, but he was indeed the wisest apart from the demi-saints of the demon race. Such a person had a high chance of becoming a demi-saint. In the nether realm, when the divine light dissipated, a large group of palaces suddenly appeared at the foot of Yin Mountain. The palaces were layered and exuded an inexplicable charm. They were shrouded in Yin Qi, as if they were hidden in a black fog, making it impossible to see through them. Moreover, unlike the sacred palaces of the heavenly court, the palaces of the Yin court were all black and exuded a solemn feeling. Good. 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 Looking at the palaces, Feng Du could not help but laugh. The palaces were congenital and not man-made. However, they were not connate spirit treasures, but the charm of the great Tao. The charm of the great Tao merged with the rules of heaven and earth and materialized in the nether realm. They had a physical body and formed this solemn palace. Cultivating in the palace would increase one's aptitude by 10%, and it would be easier to comprehend the rules of the great Tao. It was extraordinary. Fellow Daoists, the poor way has passed away. Nodding at the surrounding ancestral shamans, Feng Du took a step forward and came to the center of the palace. In the most majestic hall, he sat on the Supreme Emperor's throne. Today, Feng Du has received the great favor of the great Taoist priests and has been elected by the shaman race. I hereby announce to the wilderness. From today onwards, I will be the master of the Yin court, and my name is Emperor Feng Du. I will rule the nether realm and the endless dead souls. Immediately, Feng Du's majestic voice resounded throughout the wilderness, announcing his existence to all living beings. Feng Du. Where did this person come from? For a moment, everyone was extremely curious about Feng Du's origin. Feng Du was an extremely unfamiliar name. However, it was this existence that had suddenly appeared that had shaken the wilderness many times in the past 1,000 years. Now, he had become the overlord of heaven and earth and the ruler of the nether realm. He was an expert second only to the saints. His status was not inferior to that of the saints. What was even more surprising was that he had only used a few thousand years to go from being unknown to being famous in the wilderness and then becoming the overlord of heaven and earth. How could this not be surprising? His mysteriousness made people more and more curious. Rumble. The moment Feng Du became the master of the Yin court, a quarter of the luck that had flowed from the heavenly court fell and descended on his body. In an instant, Feng Du's body underwent a huge change. Chapter 427. This change was not a change in strength, but his comprehension of the Tao. Feng Du's strength had long reached the limit of a quasi-saint. He could not advance any further. Only by becoming the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian could he accommodate more strength. However, with the destiny of heaven and earth that he had now, it was obviously impossible for him to enter the legendary realm of primordial chaos. Therefore, after the destiny of heaven and earth entered Feng Du's body, it found that it could not increase his strength, so it expanded his horizons and enhanced his comprehension of the Tao, allowing him to observe the world from a higher perspective. In Fengdu's eyes, the world suddenly changed. Everything was constructed by Dao patterns and appeared in front of him in the most essential form. The mysteries of heaven and earth were all in it. At this time, Fengdu was only 1 or 2 levels weaker than the Taoist priest's Feng Zichen's perspective. It could be said that it was extremely extraordinary. Why did the people pursue the destiny of heaven and earth? That was it. Even if he did not use the destiny of heaven and earth to increase his cultivation, he could still assist in his cultivation. This was the strongest cultivation treasure in the primordial world. Buzz, the destiny of heaven and earth added to his body, bringing changes to Fengdu. In his body, the imperial seal of Fengdu suddenly trembled violently. It flew out of his body and floated in front of him. Rumble. In the next moment, the power of heaven and earth came and gathered on the imperial seal of Fengdu, causing its level to soar. In the blink of an eye, it reached the limit of an innate spirit treasure and became a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure. This treasure that was born with the destiny of the netherworld underwent an astonishing transformation as Fengdu became the lord of the netherworld. It became one of the strongest innate spirit treasures in one fell swoop. Strong. The seal of Fengdu represented the supreme authority of the netherworld. It had the ability to dominate life and death. It was easy to imagine how powerful it was. Fellow Daoists, now that the Yin court has been formed, I still lack some helpers. I hope that you can help me. After everything calmed down, Fengdu walked out of the hall and said to the ancestral shamans. Without the experts of the shaman race to support them, wouldn't the Yin court become the joke of the primordial world with just the big and small cats of the ghost path? In the vast netherworld, not to mention the Daoist Jingxian, even the Tai Jingxian couldn't take it out. If word got out, who would think highly of the Yin court? In this way, how could the Yin court compete with the celestial court? Yin court had just been established, but it had already lost all of its prestige. This was a scene that Fengdu definitely didn't want to see. Therefore, after stabilizing the Yin court, Fengdu immediately went to the 12 ancestral sorcerers and urged them to quickly send people over. The Yin court has just been established, and it can't be without powerful experts. I'll ask Xing Tian to come over and assist you. As soon as Fengdu finished speaking, Hudu sent out Xing Tian to show her support. Xing Tian, a Khanate Grand Magus, was born from Pangu's heart. He could be said to be a top-notch Khanate god. He was the most powerful being in the Huda tribe aside from Huda Hudu. It could be said that the Lady of Earth had sacrificed a lot to send him here. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Everyone knew how powerful Xing Tian was. Although his realm was still Daoist Jingxian, and he had not stepped into the realm of Sage to be. But his strength had long surpassed the limits of the realm. Even ordinary quasi-saints were no match for him. Xing Tian could be considered a mighty figure in the untainted land. If Feng Zichen dispelled all the external forces, he might not be a match for him. His strength was so strong that few people in the same realm could compete with him. However, Fengdu thought about it. If Xing Tian came, who would be in charge of the Huda tribe? Fellow Daoist, if Xing Tian comes, what should the Huda tribe do? Fengdu was puzzled, so he asked directly. After losing Hudu and Xing Tian, the Huda tribe would be half-crippled. Since I'm in the nether realm, the Huda tribe will naturally follow me. Other than the warriors of the witch tribe, the rest of the Huda tribe will migrate to the nether realm. After becoming a saint, the Huda tribe could clearly see the future of the witch tribe. They would perish together with the demon tribe. This was a destiny that could not be changed. Therefore, he wanted to leave some seeds for the witch tribe. The Huda tribe was his choice. It was not that the Huda tribe did not want to choose other tribes, but if he chose another tribe, the other ancestral sorcerers would not agree. Since that was the case, he would leave the warriors behind to deal with the great war of the witch demon tribe. The rest would migrate to the nether realm to reproduce. That's good. Fengdu nodded at the Huda tribe and looked at the other ancestral sorcerers. To be honest, the Huda tribe alone was enough to maintain the operation of the Yin court. But who would have too much time on their hands? Well said, well said. Later, I will select a portion of my clansmen and send them to the nether realm. This was all agreed upon earlier. Of course, Jianghu would not act at the last minute. It's all here. Thank you, fellow Daoists. After thanking everyone again, Fengdu bid farewell and left. The Yin court had just been established, and there were still a lot of things waiting for him to deal with. How could he have time to chat with others? How would the Yin court operate? How would the witch tribe be arranged? How would the power be divided? All of these needed him to deal with. He was really busy. Not to mention how busy Fengdu was in the nether realm. On the other side, Feng Zichen's deduction had already ended. Seeing that the gazes of the primordial world experts were focused on the nether realm, he turned around and escaped into the void. It had been some days since he left the human race. It was time to go back and take a look. Before Feng Zichen left the human race, he was only at the late stage of Daoist Jinxian's cultivation. But now, only thousands of years had passed. He was already one of the few great divine powers in the primordial world. There were not many who could match him. Correspondingly, the increase in strength led to the increase in speed. His speed had already reached an inconceivable level. With a thought, he crossed the endless void and returned to the territory of the human race. It was as if he had teleported. What a magnificent scene! This is a sign of the rise of the human race. From afar, Feng Zichen saw that in the sky above the territory of the human race, the torch that represented the destiny of the human race was burning fiercely. It was like a small sun, emitting the spirit of self-improvement. This destiny was more than 10 times stronger than before he left. It seemed to have the atmosphere of a large clan. Good boy. I've only left the human race for thousands of years. Why does it feel like I've left for hundreds of thousands of years? Isn't this destiny rising too quickly? Could it be that something big happened to the human race after I left? When he first saw the destiny of the human race, Feng Zichen was also shocked. Wasn't this too much? But soon after, this feeling of surprise was replaced by joy. The more exuberant the destiny of the human race was, the faster the strength of the human race would increase. This was a great thing. However, faintly, Feng Zichen felt that something was wrong. The exuberant destiny of the human race was somewhat abnormal. The destiny of the human race was increasing too quickly, so quickly that it was beyond imagination. Just like adding oil to a raging fire. Although it was glorious, once the oil was exhausted, there would be an endless curtain. Chapter 428. Let's go back and take a look. With doubts in his heart, Feng Zichen couldn't help but quicken his pace and walk towards the human imperial court. After Earth turned into reincarnation, the demon clan's massacre of humans was not far away. The changes in the human clan might be related to this. However, after leaving the human clan for a long time, Feng Zichen didn't directly return to the human imperial court. Instead, he hid himself and looked around the human clan's encampment to observe the changes in the human clan in recent years. Why are there so many foreign clans? After taking a few steps, Feng Zichen realized that something was wrong. Under his senses, in the human clan's encampment, other than the grand and imposing aura of the human clan, there were also many foreign clans' auras. This meant that other than the human clan, there were also many foreign clans stationed in the human clan's encampment. This is interesting. With a thought, Feng Zichen took a step forward and directly arrived at the human clan's encampment. In fact, with his realm, if he wanted to know what had happened to the human clan in recent years, he could know everything with a casual deduction. However, anticipation came from the unknown. If everything was concluded by deduction, what fun would there be in life? Playing in the mortal world was also a form of cultivation. As expected, after arriving here, Feng Zichen discovered that there were many foreign clans among the people coming and going. They were talking and laughing with the people around them without any ill feelings. These foreign clans all walked in the mortal world in the form of Dao bodies and restrained their auras. They didn't look much different from the human clan. However, what kind of realm was Feng Zichen in? There were too few people in this world who could hide from him. With a slight glance, he knew the origins of these people. There were water clans, divine beasts, innate life forms, and all kinds of clans. There were also demons and shamans. Fortunately, they didn't fight. Moreover, the human clan's encampment had changed significantly compared to before he left. Lively. Very lively. If Feng Zichen didn't know that this was the primordial world, he would have thought that he had returned to the bustling city of the future. In his ears, there was the sound of hawking one after another. In front of his eyes, there were shops selling all kinds of goods. There were spirit herbs, divine stones, spirit springs, and all kinds of natural treasures. Everything one could think of was there. It was as if Feng Zichen had not come to a human settlement, but to a large trading market. What surprised him even more was that among the shops, other than the shops that sold treasures of heaven and earth, there were also restaurants. This was truly shocking to the extreme. Smelling the alluring fragrance floating in the air, Feng Zichen's tranquil state of mind began to fluctuate. How nostalgic. He had not eaten for a long time. With mixed feelings, Feng Zichen slowly walked forward, passing through street after street, walking aimlessly. However, the strange thing was that the surrounding pedestrians did not notice his existence at all. Even when Feng Zichen walked past them, it was the same. Feng Zichen did not feel irritated in the middle of a busy city. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had returned to the future. He couldn't help but smile and spread his arms, enjoying everything before him. I see. In a trance, Feng Zichen understood why the luck of the human race had increased so quickly. The reason was because of this trading market. He had gathered merchants from all over the world, countless races, and living beings from all over the world. Some flew in the sky, some ran on the ground, and some swam in the sea. There were many kinds of races. It did not include all the races in the untainted world, but it also gathered most of the races in the untainted world. The benefits brought by the gathering of so many living beings were undoubtedly amazing. It was natural for the luck of the human race to soar because of this. In the past, when Feng Zichen went to the wizard tribe, he had asked Daoist Xian Du, Yiang, to set up a human market to develop trade. Yiang was also extraordinary. Not only had she completed Feng Zichen's request, but she had also exceeded Feng Zichen's expectations. Yiang had Saint Tai Ching as his backer and the East Sea as his backing. He could mobilize most of the natural treasures from Penglai City that were not available in the untainted world. The moment the treasures in the sea appeared, their rarity, their effects, and their miraculous nature attracted a lot of attention in an extremely short period of time. In addition, the Yiang clan would take out a few pills refined by the Grand Pure One every once in a while to auction them off. This also caused the reputation of the human market to spread throughout the untainted world, forming a great influence. Who was Saint Tai Ching? The eldest senior brother of the celestial sect of wonders, the number one of the 6 saints. Of course, although these identities were important, they were not the most important. The most important thing was that Saint Tai Ching was the ancestor of alchemy in the primordial world. The Tao of alchemy. It was passed down from him. The effect of the pills refined by such a person could be imagined. Even the most ordinary first transformation golden pill was better, stronger, and extraordinary than ordinary third or fourth transformation golden pills. Moreover, not to mention the medicinal power of the pills, just the name of the pills refined by Saint Tai Ching was enough to make people rush like cranes. If the pills refined by the saint were tainted with a trace of the saint's Tao runes, how extraordinary would it be? It might be able to help people break through Daoist Jingxian. Therefore, after Yiang took out the pills refined by Saint Tai Ching, the human market immediately became popular, attracting countless experts of the untainted world. In particular, as Jianghu set up countless teleportation arrays in the entire untainted world, making transportation more convenient, more people came to the human market. They had to come without the teleportation array, let alone with the teleportation array. It could be said that the human market could be what it was today all because of Saint Taiching's pills. Although the natural treasures of the East Sea were novel and could attract the attention of many people, it was impossible for them to attract the attention of the untainted world in such a short period of time. Of course, if not, Saint Taiching would not have accepted him as a disciple. Accepting him as his only disciple was a form of affirmation to the Yang clan. With the development of the human market, it also led to the development of the surrounding areas. The encampment of the human race also received many benefits because of this and gathered a large number of experts of the myriad races. It was also at this time that the human race, a postnatal race that originally had no sense of existence, gradually revealed their talents in the primordial world. They appeared in front of the myriad races and officially joined the magnificent stage of the primordial world. As they came into contact with the human race, the postnatal race created by Nuwa brought a different experience to the myriad races. They were clearly extremely weak. Even the weakest connate life form was countless times stronger than them. What was even more unbelievable was that they actually had a limit to their lifespan. They had to live, grow old, get sick, and die. In fact, some humans could not even absorb the connate chi when they were born. It was really unbelievable. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.